We may begin.
Thank you. Welcome to the Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting. Today is Thursday, May 16, 2024. The time is 2:11 p.m. and we are in the Building and Safety Boardroom at 201 North Figueroa Street, 9th floor, Los Angeles, California. I am Vice President David Nash, and I'll be chairing this meeting until President Mason joins the meeting. The following commissioners are present: Commissioners Farmby, Lim, and Melendez. I'm going to go over some housekeeping items before we get started. This meeting is being recorded. Therefore, we ask that when addressing the commission, you speak close to the microphone and only one person speaks at a time. Please state your name each time you speak. Members of the public who wish to only listen to the commission meeting and not provide public comment may call council phone at 213-621-2489 or 818-904-9450. This meeting is also being live streamed. Individuals who wish to watch the meeting may do so by visiting cannabis.lacity.gov and clicking the About menu item on the top. Under the About menu, click the Commission Meetings link. Scroll down to the bottom of the Commission Meetings page to find the live stream. We will be following the agenda order for the most part. Agendas are located on the table by the entrance door along with speaker cards. Individuals who are physically here and wish to address the commission must fill out a speaker's card and specify which item or items you are going to speak on. Individuals can provide public comment or comments about a specific agenda item in person or virtually via the Zoom link provided on the agenda. If you are present at the meeting, please fill out a speaker card and turn it in to Irene or Josie. When I call your name, please come to the podium and clearly state your name. If you are in the Zoom call, when the item you wish to speak on is called, press *9 to get in the speaking queue. The Commission Executive Assistant will call out each speaker by the last 4 digits of their phone number to identify the caller. The caller will be prompted to unmute themselves by dialing *6. We will consider general public comment and single or multiple agenda items together. Therefore, speakers will have 1 minute for general public comment and 1 minute per item with a maximum of 2 minutes for multiple items. In total, an individual speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes of public comment per meeting. Representatives from neighborhood councils who have filed a resolution or a community impact statement with the city clerk which relates to any agenda item will be given time to speak during the item itself. Please provide a copy of the filed statement or resolution to the Commission Executive Assistant. Any neighborhood council representative speaking on behalf of their neighborhood council must provide a letter on their letterhead stating the neighborhood council's position on the matter. Absent any neighborhood council documentation, comments may still be provided during the public comment period. We ask that speakers state whether they are providing general public comment and or which item or items they are speaking on before they begin to comment, so that staff can appropriately time them. If the speaker does not specify which items they are speaking on, 1 minute will be provided. PowerPoint presentations presented to the commission today, whether it's by the department or applicants, will be posted online and made available to the public via DCR's website within 2 business days. Please turn off your cell phones or put them on vibrate so as to not disturb the proceedings. Please be respectful. Disruptions will not be tolerated. If you disrupt the proceedings, you will receive 2 warnings. If you continue the disruptive behavior, you will be asked to leave the meeting. Item number 1, report from the executive director. Ms. Garakian, do you have a report?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Item number 2. At this time, I'm going to table item number 2 to give President Mason the opportunity to join the meeting and hear the report from the department regarding the impact of the proposed mayor's 2024/25 budget cuts on the social equity program, as she requested this report back specifically. Item number 3. Commissioners, You should have an advanced calendar in front of you with our future meeting dates. Please take a look. Are there any planned absences from any of the commissioners? There are none. Moving on to approval of minutes. We were sent the minutes of May 2nd, 2024 for review. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
This is Commissioner Lim. I make a motion to approve the May 2nd, 2024 minutes.
Is there a second?
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farnby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Moving on to commission announcements and updates. Commissioners, are there any announcements or updates? Moving on to future agenda requests. Commissioners, are there any future agenda requests? Item number 4. We will now open general public comment and single or multiple agenda items. Speakers can address the commission on non-agenda related items that are within the jurisdiction of the commission or provide public comment for items in today's agenda. If you are listening on the live stream and have called to provide public comment via Zoom, please mute the live stream audio before you begin speaking to eliminate feedback. We will alternate between calling up individuals here at the meeting and those on the call. Please bear with us. Are there any speaker cards or callers?
Yes, there are speaker cards.
Does that mean there's currently no callers?
There was one in the queue. Do you want me to call that?
Yeah.
Individual first?
Go ahead.
Caller with phone number ending in 6699. Please state your name and the items you wish to speak on.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Cindy Cleghorn. I'm in the community of Sunland Tahunga, and I'm speaking for myself. I'd like to speak general public comment and on your item regarding 7132 Foothill Boulevard. My general public comment is...
Ma'am, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. With regards to the community meeting notice, it states May the 9th, and it seems to be throughout your whole agenda that same date, but there's no notice of that. So if we could get clarification on that so that we can participate better in those. And then my comments with regards to 7132 have to do with the adherence to the Foothill Boulevard Corridor Specific Plan, and specifically landscaping, add drought-tolerant plants, install automatic irrigation systems, and ensure 4% of the lot area is landscape, and include softscape around parking and entrances. Security devices, use of interior electronic security systems, conceal security devices when open, and prohibit exterior security bars. Building facade and transparency, ensure 50% ground floor transparency, avoid reflective or dark tinted glass, enhance facades with decorative elements. Signage, submit a detailed site plan, ensure signs complement the building and do not dominate. Lighting, shield, and direct night lighting onto the site. Avoid blinking or excessively bright lights. provide exterior lighting for pedestrian safety, parking and circulation, include landscape pedestrian parkways. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this process, and we look forward to future engagement with the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Speaker Andrew Altman.
Hello, yes, my name is Andrew Altman, Cannabis Regulation Commission, Commissioners, City Attorney, President, Vice President, Representatives. Thank you for this opportunity.
Sorry, sir. What item are you speaking on?
I'm so sorry. I'm speaking on item 26 as it relates to the applicant MME Cyon Retail Inc. There was a committee meeting held on March 29th, and then there was I guess a first approval or almost an approval of the renewal of their license to sell cannabis at 110 South Robertson. I am a property manager at Lightwell Management Incorporated, which is the neighboring southern building to 110 South Robertson. I worked there anywhere from 40 to 60 hours a week, Monday through Friday and weekends. It's my understanding from Mr. Philip Coleman, who's the owner of the building at the hard corner of Alden and Robertson, that it was notified in the last hearing that there is not homelessness in and around from the hard corner of Alden all the way back and behind 110 South Robertson. That's untrue. I see homelessness every day, encampments. There is no security right now. As you might know, MedMen as a company has been delisted as a publicly traded company. It is in bankruptcy. And if this, I will go on the record here to say if they are looking to sell this license by getting it renewed and selling it to the highest bidder, and I think it would be a mistake for that to occur. Thank you.
Are there any more speaker cards or online callers?
I don't show any other speakers on the queue, and I don't think there's any speaker cards. Do you want me to make one last announcement? Because I do see callers, but there's no one with the raised hand.
Sure.
If anyone is in the virtual Zoom meeting, please dial *9. Caller with phone number ending in 3240, please state your name and the items you wish to speak on. Caller, you may state your name and the items you wish to speak on. Caller with phone number 3240, please state your name and the items you wish to speak on. The caller dropped. Let me see.
Maybe
Try
give
one more time.
more
Sorry.
general announcement that anybody who wants to speak to.
They're back on the line. Just a moment. Caller with phone number ending in 3240, please state your name and the items you wish to speak on.
Madam Clerk, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Dana Cisneros, and I'm legal counsel for Hazelwood, which is number 10 on the agenda. I am one of the listed parties, although they are present, the owner and manager are present. And my understanding is that I thought that we were supposed to wait to speak until the agenda item is called.
You can provide public comment or you can speak on the item when the item is up.
Okay. I'm going to wait till the item's called.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
If anyone on the virtual call would like to provide public comment, please dial *9. Vice President Nash, there's no additional callers.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone, for your comments. Both the general public comment agenda item and the single or multiple agenda item periods are now closed. Item number 5, Neighborhood Council presentations. This is a reminder that any representative from neighborhood councils who have filed a resolution or a community impact statement with the city clerk which relates to any agenda item will be given time to speak during the item itself. Please provide a copy of the filed statement or resolution to the commission executive assistant. Any neighborhood council representative speaking on behalf of their neighborhood council must provide a letter on their letterhead stating the neighborhood council's position on the matter. Absent any neighborhood council documentation, comments may still be provided during the public comment period. Item number 6, DCR core record number 100054. This is a request from Aftercare Patients Group to approve an annual license for a 3,488 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 5334 Alhama Drive. Josie, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No.
Are there any speaker cards on this item?
There's no neighborhood council.
Okay.
Good
At
afternoon.
this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good afternoon to the commission. My name is Roberta Oriana, and I will present item number 6 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 100054 is associated with Aftercare Patients Group. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR February 27, 2020. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and the DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-0000604-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through 9/3/2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.2 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 5334 North Alhama Drive, Los Angeles, California, 91364, a parcel zoned for commercial purposes. The business is located in the Canoga Park, Winnetka, Woodland Hills, West Hills Community Plan area within Council District 3. On or about April 19th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Committee meeting, Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on May 9th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. There were no comments neither for nor against this application. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exemptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Therefore, DCR recommends that the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Do any of the commissioners have questions or comments for the department? They all indicated that they did not. Will the applicant's representative please approach the podium? Please state your name for the record and your relationship to the applicant. Please speak directly into the microphone. You'll have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Hello, my name is Edgar Nikolian, and I am a manager at Aftercare Patients Group. I have been managing Aftercare Patients Group for 4 years. Aftercare is dedicated to responsibly providing quality cannabis goods while fostering a safe environment for our staff and customers, and focusing on employees, training, education, and neighborhood engagement. Our team continuously monitors regulatory changes and implements necessary adjustments to our compliance protocols to ensure we are operating in compliance with all applicable local and state laws. We conduct regular internal audits to ensure ongoing adherence with all regulatory requirements. Our comprehensive records keeping practices helps us maintain transparency and accountability. We have implemented training programs that focus on product knowledge, customer service, and regulatory compliance to keep our staff informed about the latest industry developments and best practices. We prioritize educating our customers and broader community on the safe use of cannabis, its benefits, and potential risks. Our staff is available to answer questions and guide customers making informed decisions. We are dedicated to being a good neighbor and active member of our community. We participate in local events, support community initiatives, maintain open lines of communication with our neighborhood, and making a good faith effort to hire local residents. We strive to enhance the well-being of our community through responsible business practices and community involvement. Ensuring safety for our customers, employees, and surrounding community is our top priorities. We have implemented rigorous security measures, including video surrounding system, and monitors the interior and exterior of our business premises 24/7. Alarm system, security storage solutions. On our site, security team regularly monitors the premises and implements surrounding areas to prevent authorized access to ensure adherence to safety protocols. Thank you for the opportunity to continue to serve our customers and community. We strive to not only meet but exceed our expectations of the community and commissions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Commissioners, does anyone have any questions for either the applicant or the department?
This is Commissioner Farmby. How you doing?
Good, how are you, sir?
Good. I'm sorry, can you give me the spelling of your last name, please?
Nikolian, Nikolyan.
Thank you. And you stated that you were the manager?
Yes, general manager.
All right. And can you provide for us some of the examples of how you have partnered with the surrounding community?
Yes, we do toy drive. We do the canned food drive. We do go with the community, like clean the neighborhood. So we try to participate in every events they have.
Thank you. And you had mentioned that you spoke about the specifics on your security. You talked about the
Yes.
system.
Yes,
Can you lay out for us how many security staff do you have?
we have throughout the day.
Yeah.
We have 2 security guards during the day and 2 during the night.
Total
24
4.
hours. Yes.
Thanks, Mr. President. Thank you.
Are there any other questions from any of the commissioners? Commissioner Melendez? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Commissioners, would you like to have any deliberations on this? Any issues you think need to be addressed?
No.
Discuss. Is there a motion?
Sorry. This is Commissioner Farmby on item number 6, DCR record 100054, location at 5334 Alhama Drive. I move to adopt the recommendations of staff.
This is Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Commissioner Farmby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Moving on to item number 7, DCR core record number 100060. This is a request from Patients Corp to approve an annual license for a 2,040 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 7132 West Foothill Boulevard. Josie, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No.
At this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good afternoon. My name is Roberta Oriana, and I will present item number 7 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 100060 is associated with Patients Corp. The applicant seeks an annual license for type 10 retail with on-site sales, commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of March 19, 2019. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of the annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-0000597-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through August 29th, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LIMC section 104.20 for the social equity program. The business premises is located at 7132 West Foothill Boulevard, Tujunga, California 91402, a parcel zoned for general commercial purposes. The business is located in the Sunland, Tujunga, Lakeview Terrace, Shadow Hills, East Latuna Canyon Community Plan area within Council District 7. On or about April 19th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held May 9th, 2024. During that meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. There were no comments neither for nor against this application. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LIMC section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and 2 categorical exemption pursuant to the CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Rocky Wiles, Division Chief of the Compliance and Enforcement Division, is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rocky Wiles with the Compliance and Enforcement Division for DCR. The site at 7132 West Foothill Boulevard was inspected by my team on May 1st of 2024. They conducted a compliance inspection. They found 5 deficiencies. 2 of them were minor. We have a moderate, and one of them was a major violation. The deficiencies included not having the DCR record number on the employee IDs. Some of the camera locations on the business premises diagram did not match the actual physical locations when staff visited the site. So that needs to be corrected. They are engaging in curbside pickup, which is prohibited by our regulations. However, the state does allow curbside pickup, and our department is considering looking at allowing curbside pickup as well to match the state. This was something that came up during COVID, and we didn't. First of all, we didn't really have somebody managing our complaints, so we didn't receive a lot of complaints. But then again, there was really no team receiving those complaints. But in looking back at all the complaints, there's not that many complaints about curbside pickup. So we are considering downgrading that violation. They also didn't have signatures on the delivery receipts. So that's something that they have to correct. And finally, again, the GPS system, they did not have a temporarily affixed or an affixed GPS system on their delivery cars. They are using something called an AirTag. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, which is not an acceptable form of a GPS tracking device. So those are the 5 regulations. We did issue an NT notice to correct on May 7th. Staff did meet with the, the person, the contact person at the site, and debriefed them on that day, which was May 1st. And that is my report. There were complaints, but they were not substantiated when we did the compliance inspection. And that's the report.
Do any commissioners have questions?
Rocky, what were those complaints?
Would you state your name, please?
This is Commissioner Melendez. Rocky, what were the nature of the complaints that you received?
So in 2019, we received the complaints were both in 2019, one in March, one in July. One was an anonymous complaint regarding the fact that they were open until midnight and that they were not charging taxes. Again, we did not. That was not something that could be verified. I mean, we verified that they are charging taxes when we went on our inspection. So that was one complaint. The second one was also another anonymous complaint that they were engaging in illegal cannabis activity for many years and that people were smoking inside of the shop and other shops. There was no information provided to us from the complainant, so we couldn't follow up to get, a little more information. So that could, we didn't observe any of that when we went to the site.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Lim? You have a
Yes.
question?
You stated that there was 1 major and 2 minor. Which one was the major? Is the curbside the major, or is it the GPS system?
Well, both of those are major, but we are actually downgrading the GPS to a minor because they just have to, they have to be able to. What I was, and you may ask the applicant this, but what I was told is that there is a way to maybe interface their AirTags with a GPS device. They're almost there, or maybe they just need to purchase a new GPS tracking device. But in any event, we were considering downgrading that major to a minor because they are tracking. They're just not doing it with the right equipment. And the second one was the curbside. Again, that one we are considering downgrading that too. And currently, by the way, the state has initially, it was a sort of a temporary regulation that they put in place during COVID, and now it's part of their regulations. It's permanently allowed as long as it's right in front of the business cameras. So they have regulations to allow curbside pickup. It is not in our regulations.
Commissioner Farby?
Yeah, this Commissioner Farm. Hey, Rocky, regarding not just this, where the state may have a regulation in place, but we have something that's different. And I know that what you had said is that we're gonna downgrade it. Do you anticipate that we'll be running into anything like this in the future for any other considerations coming out of your investigations?
You mean downgrading?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is, we're starting to do this compliance program and we're seeing, how these regulations are affecting our operators and the reasons behind it. So I think that we will be having some more conversations about the regulations in the months to come, to make them, number one, be consistent with the state, and number two, just really taking a look to see if they are, if they should be minor, major, or moderate. I think based on what we're seeing,
Yeah.
so I do anticipate that.
Yeah, I can anticipate that because just until recently, there was really no team in place, right?
Right.
But now that we're fully operational and would be conducting more of the enforcement piece, I can foresee us running into some more cases like this. So I just wanted to.
Yeah, and we are having, a lot of dialogue with the different operators. My team is collecting different examples of things that are complying, so gathering all that information so we can share it with everybody.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's Commissioner Melendez again, Rocky. Do you know if they actually have a camera that is pointed at the location where they might be doing the curbside deliveries?
I don't have that information. I can't confirm or deny. That is the requirement, but because it is not a requirement, we didn't, it's not something that we noted. So I don't know that's not something, they are supposed to have cameras on that look to the exterior. I don't know if it's pointed exactly where the curbside delivery was occurring.
As I'm seeing here, the cameras, well, I'm not sure if the cameras, but something was incorrectly placed. I'm not sure if it's a diagram or the location of the cameras. So I was just wondering.
Oh, the deficiency that we noted was inside the way that the camera locations are depicted on the business premises diagram don't match the actual physical, the cross-referencing to the ones that are physically mounted at the site. So they just have to correct them so they match. They have cameras. We just, they just need to match our business premises diagram.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Lim. Can you tell us on behalf of the commission, the difference between a minor violation and a moderate violation?
That difference is about between $7,000 to $21,000. I mean, that is a difference, right? And then, the major is $42,000. So we do need to look at them to see, right? I mean, if they are minor, moderate, or major, but this is what we have right now. So this is all I got to go with and apply and enforce.
This Vice President Nash, can you tell us the procedures that a dispensary is supposed to go through when they are transmitting the cannabis by a delivery service?
The procedures?
Yeah.
As far as when the delivery driver gets to the site, to the delivery?
I'm interested in all the procedures, that whatever's different about delivery service than in dispensary sales, so that I can determine how significant it is that they're not getting a receipt. Are there other checks and balances, or what does a licensee have to do when they're delivering cannabis?
I'm wondering if this is something that we should maybe agendize. Is it something in general that you want to just learn about?
Well, it's one of the violations, and I'm just trying to figure out for myself how serious it is.
Well, I mean, it is the receipt that the state requires and that we have to enforce, because we enforce we refer to the state in our regulations, requires sort of a manifest. It looks like a manifest. So all the information about the customer has to be on there. Obviously, the price, and it's very detailed, it's a whole page of things that are required in that receipt. And upon receiving the product, the customer is supposed to sign either digitally or on the piece of paper that has all that information. And then that's taken back to the that's taken back to the location and they are supposed to have that in, show it to us upon request. So the thing that they were missing was the signature of the customers.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any other questions?
Thanks.
Can,
Thank you.
can I go ahead and jump in for just a minute? Just to respond to Commissioner Farnby's
I
question,
want to state your name.
Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director with the Department of Cannabis Regulation. Good afternoon, Commissioners. In response to Commissioner Farnby's question about the regulations, the state has about 250 to 300 pages of regulations as it relates to various activities. So we do our best as a department to try to align our local regulations with the state. So an example of changes is the curbside pickup. Curbside pickup was something the Department of Cannabis Control authorized during the pandemic. The director of the Department of Cannabis Control has delegated authority so she can promulgate her own rules and regulations. So during the pandemic, she promulgated rules to allow for folks to do curbside pickup to address different jurisdictions that didn't allow for folks to go into the locations, given the fact that cannabis was something that was called an essential use or essential service. So ultimately, the legislature amended state regs to allow for curbside pickup by all operators on a permanent basis, so long as the sales are conducted in compliance with state regulations, basically making sure that the transaction is captured via video. That is something we will be removing from our prohibitions. The other thing was the motor carrier permit. That was something that the state, had in their regulations. It's very difficult to get a full motor carrier permit. The state became permissive on it, and ultimately they don't require it anymore. So that's another one of those legacy things that will be taken out of our regulations. So there are a number of things that the compliance team is citing, and we are conferring with the Department of Cannabis Control where our local regulations are no longer aligned with the state regulations. So it's our intent to clean those up. So anytime where we show downgraded or we're not going to actually cite them for that notice to correct, that's an example of something that we are looking to amend our regulations to address. So, the state is very permissive on certain regulations, and we're going to be doing our best to update to align with them. And then the question about the minor, major, and moderate, the state has like 40 pages of regulations for different fee structures and penalties associated with different acts. Our minor, moderate, and major was set to be punitive as a basis of a percentage of the actual application fee. And it was based on the original state regs that were drafted in 2017 and early 2018. So again, those are things that as we now have the Compliance and Enforcement Division and Rocky's heading up, they're reviewing the state regs to kind of better align our local regs with those. So I hope that provides clarification.
Thank you.
Does Commissioner Lim have a follow-up question on that? How should we as a commission, let me rephrase, what is your department's policies and procedure when the state downgraded a certain statute, i.e. the curbside, but we still have it in our books? What is, do you still treat it as a citation, but for the purpose of an approval of the license, how does the commission treat that?
So for
I'm sorry, this is Emily Wada from the City Attorney's Office. I would caution first that if this is going to go into an extended, more broader conversation about the regulations and how it factors into licensing recommendation decisions, then that we ask for probably a report back and agendize it for the next meeting.
Okay, I think that this will be an issue that may come up besides just the curbside. So I do ask to have that as a follow-up.
Wonderful. And I think if you want to ask specifically about how it relates in this particular application,
Sure.
but not as a broad matter, then that would be within the parameters of this agenda.
Let me do that. Based upon the fact that you're recommending approval of this license, you believe that we as commissioners should also not disregard, but how should we as a commission treat that?
So 2024 is the first year that the department is actually doing compliance inspections. So as Rocky's team is going out there, we're starting to notice patterns with the operators. And when it's not a one-off, we investigate similar to the curbside pickup. There's more than one item on the agenda that was an issue. We confer with the state. The state says it's no longer restricted in their regulations. And then we start the process of amending our local rules and regulations. But it's seeing multiple operators engaged in an activity that's a violation of our regs. We confer with the state. And if it's not a violation of the state regs, then we go through our internal process to remove it. The operator in question here was not issued a notice of violation. They were issued a notice to correct. Those do not have those monetary penalties that Rocky discussed. This is basically our first saying, hey, it appears that you're operating in a manner that's not consistent with our local regulations. These are the things you need to fix. And then that gives her team time to work with my team and the director to look at the regulations and decide whether or not our regulations need to be updated. So anything that you're starting to see on the agendas where downgraded is focused there, we're not considering it a major violation because we're looking to revise our regulations to make it permissible.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
At this point, I'd also like to clarify, this is Emily Water from the City Attorney's Office, whether Commissioner Lemmy still want to report back as a general matter?
No, it's okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Will the applicant's representative please approach the podium? Please state your name for the record and your relationship to the applicant. Please speak directly into the microphone. You'll have 10 minutes to address the commission.
My name is Tony Fong, managing partner of Patrons Corp, also doing business as Foothill Wellness Center. I'm here for item number 7 on the agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you today representing Patrons Corp.
Excuse me, sir, can you move closer to the microphone? Yes.
Operating under the business name of Foothill Wellness Center. For more than 17 years, we have been an integral part of this community, serving as one of the Measure M dispensaries in Los Angeles, and also one of the first dispensary in the city to receive a health permit from the county. Our journey has been one of dedication to both our customers and local community, all while striving to uplift and support the neighborhoods we serve. Our legal counsels at Catchco, Patillo, and Kirakomi PC has helped us with licensing and regulatory for the past 10 years. Received updates and advice from their firm on a regular basis to make sure we understand all the new rules and regulations. Throughout our years of operations, we have garnered the trust and support of our patrons, many of whom have been with us since the beginning. This loyalty is a testament of our commitment to providing quality service and products in a safe and welcoming environment. At Foothill Wellness Center, safety is paramount. We have invested in state-of-the-art security measures, including alarms, security systems, and to ensure the protection of our premise and the surrounding areas. Our cooperation with local law enforcement and our willingness to assist in monitoring the neighborhood for any suspicious activities demonstrate our dedication to being responsible members of the community. Moreover, we take pride in our proactive approach to community engagement, from organizing annual toy and food drives during the holidays to keeping the streets clean around our establishment. We strive to make a positive impact beyond the walls of our dispensary. It is important to acknowledge the challenges we have faced, particularly in an environment where the legal landscape surrounding cannabis has been constantly evolving. We have worked diligently with our legal counsel to navigate these changes and maintain compliance every step of the way. However, our journey is not without its obstacles. Despite being one of the few licensed dispensaries in Tahunga, we have witnessed the proliferation of illegal dispensary stores in the area. We have collaborated with local law enforcement to address these issues and uphold the integrity of our industry. Looking ahead, we are eager to expand our service and contribute even more to the well-being of our community.
Obtaining an annual license would not only solidify our commitment to compliance, but also enable us to continue providing a safe and legal access to safe cannabis products for those who rely on them for medical and recreational purpose. In conclusion, I urge you to consider the valuable role that Foothill Wellness Center plays in our community. We are not just a business. We are neighbors, friends, and partners in building a safer and more vibrant neighborhood. With your support, we can continue to serve the integrity and make a positive difference in the lives of those we touch. Thank you for your time, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Any commissioners have any questions for the applicant?
It's Commissioner Farnaby. How are you?
Good.
Can you tell me what's your relationship to the operator? I didn't catch it.
My name is Tony Pham. I'm the managing partner.
You're the managing partner? Okay. And then you had mentioned the illegal dispensaries in your area. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yes, so they disguise themselves as CBD stores. There was some basically just illegal dispensaries with a green cross on our street. Lately, the local police enforcement has been a lot more, I guess, active. But before, there will be shops there used to be only 3 licenses. Now there's 4 licenses on our street, which covers roughly maybe a mile and a half for the community. And there were 13 shops at one point that I found. Some still sells it at their house. Some sells it at local, I guess, tobacco shops. But some straight out just, put a green cross in front of their store and start selling. And illegal delivery service are everywhere. So if you check our tax records, our sales dropped significantly, especially during COVID. So we are impacted by illegal operations in the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
This is Commissioner Lim. First, I want to congratulate you for being in business for 18 years. That's very commendable. Did you say that you had 13 illegal dispensary around your store?
Correct. There at one point.
Okay, and currently, how many illegal dispensaries is around your store?
From what we observed, probably 2. There are at least 2. One is in a house, so it's hard to prove because they're not gonna let us, we just ring the bell and knock their door and let us in. But there's 2 CBD stores that still sell cannabis. One just recently got raided. They reopened. They claim they don't sell it, but when we send our staff there to buy it, we're still able to buy cannabis products.
And what has the police done to try to shut down the illegal dispensaries?
I know the one that's been that's closest to us got raided at least once. But before, it'll take a year before they get any visits from the police department. But the last time when we reported, it probably took a few months. But delivery services are impossible to stop.
This is Commissioner Lim again. In terms of the citations, you were given notice to correct. What measures have you done to correct these violations?
So we just replied back to the inspectors' emails with all the corrections. We got a reply back that everything is received. I think there's some miscommunications with the report. For example, we don't use air tags for the delivery vehicles. We use a commercial product called MCRES. But you do have to charge it every day. So what we used to do until the inspector stopped by, it's we have a little lockbox to put our products when we deliver. So we put that device attached into the box. So it's easier for us to charge at night, but now I have a picture of it too. We just mounted into the car.
And in terms of the, I understand that you have banners that advertise curbside pickup. Do you still have those banners?
We can remove it. Realistically, we only have a handful of customers. So probably less than one a day that request curbside, and they're just physically not able to come in. There's a couple that their age is a little higher, so they feel uncomfortable going to, public places. But I think we just have one small sign that offers it, and most people don't use that service.
So you stated that you sent an email saying that you've complied with all these violations and ready for
Yeah.
subsequent.
I think it was just recently, so that's why it's not in the report yet.
Okay, great, thank you.
Our inspection was, to be fair, it was done, I think, maybe a week ago. So, and then we've been, we sent a notice of correction for every item that was addressed earlier.
Commissioner Melendez or Commissioner Farmer, do you have any questions?
This is Commissioner Melendez. I just want to address your situation with your cameras now. Do you have your cameras pointed in all the directions that that you're supposed to be pointing them at? Like one at the curb and one at all the products.
Correct. It is. We do.
So you corrected everything on your layout?
I don't think the correction was for the cameras layout.
It was layout, right?
I can pull up the correction, but it was. I think it was it's just the diagram and the cameras was not 100%, matching, and then I think we just corrected it, so it will be on our premise diagram.
Oh, thank you. That's fine. I'm good.
Commissioner Farby?
I don't have any questions at this time.
This is Vice President Nash. Can you just give me a approximation of what percentage of your business is delivery?
We get less than 1%, because like I said earlier, we can't compete with the illegal delivery services where they offer basically our gross receipt, about a third of it is taxes. So when illegal delivery operators can sell it for at least 50% cheaper than us, only our regular customers that can't make it to the store or, for whatever reason. So we probably have no more than 2 deliveries a day. On our busier days, we have 3 or 4. And yeah, so we have very minimal delivery orders.
Mhm. Do you have an explanation for why the delivery receipts were not signed by the purchasers?
We updated the SOP. Before we had a cell phone that you could do digital signature. It's just our staff stopped using that phone. They use their own phones. They stopped bringing that, the company phone with them. But we're gonna correct it to get physical. And we addressed it. We sent the most recent delivery receipt back to the inspector's office. So we're not gonna use the digital signature or the phone, because if our staff forgot to bring the phone with them, that device with them, then it's kind of pointless. So we're just requiring every customer to sign off. And also we do we have a very strict rule on checking IDs before even bring the products to show the customer. So that's why it's in the lockbox. So we won't even open it until we check the ID.
And you're pretty comfortable with the fact that your employees have been doing that at all times?
Right. We're even considering closing down our delivery I guess our service, because the insurance, the cost doesn't even make sense for us to do maybe 10 deliveries a week. We used to probably do maybe like 20 to 30 deliveries a week, and now it's down to 10 because we can't compete with the illegal operators.
Thank you. Anybody else have any further questions? Thank you very much. So I want to open deliberations. I just find that not getting signed receipts when cannabis is being delivered is, to me, it's very serious, even though it's listed as a minor violation. I'm pleased to know that the applicant has changed his standard operating procedures to make sure that those are always signed. And I understand it's a small part of his business, but I do think that's a significant violation.
This is Commissioner Lim. I was concerned a little bit about this applicant also because they have two major violations when I first looked at it. But however, I don't think it's the applicant's fault that our department has not changed our policy to conform with the state as a minor violation. So to me, I think we should treat those as a minor, which is similar to any other violations that we've seen that's out there. And while I do understand the concern in regards to the not signing the receipt, it's still a minor. And out of over 80 violations that's there's only 5, violations that's been listed. And he's been in business for 18 years. So.
This is Commissioner Melendez. As we stated, 18 years is a chore. First of all, to stay open for 18 years, you have to work really hard to stay open. But, their provisional license came on board on March 19th of 2019. And for the most part, they're addressing their issues. And I agree with Commissioner that that not getting signatures is important, but I understand being a businessman as well, that sometimes your employees can really drop the ball, and then you're trying to figure out how to best deal with the situation to accommodate what you need, right, to get the license, get these signatures. But I feel that personally that that it seems like they're working to comply, and that's important.
Yeah, it's Commissioner Farmby. I agree in terms of what I'm hearing regarding the violations and the complaints. The one thing that I'm just kind of thinking about is, even though it's a small piece of what was mentioned around the curbside pickup, the department has kind of laid out the position. But from what I heard, that curbside pickup is continuing to happen. So I was just interested in knowing, like, how would that be reconciled? Knowing that even though it's minor, how do you, kind of talk to your customers around what the efforts are going to be regarding rectifying that?
And that's why I did ask him whether what steps he's taken in regards to curbside. And he said that they took down the banner, and it's only 1 or 2 person, and they're the ones that are afraid to come in. And so he didn't say he's not doing it anymore, but it seemed that the banners are no longer there. And I understand the concern is that, as pointed out by the state, after COVID, they allowed to have the curbside that's there. So it's like, it seems that our department is behind the state and following their rules and regulations.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Lim on that point, and it sounds like the department is in the process of considering no longer making that a violation. Any other comments?
But Commissioner Farmby, I do understand that it's an inclination that there's a propensity of a violation, but when there's 80 violations out there,
Right.
who knows, you know?
I agree.
Is there a motion on this item?
This Commissioner Lim, I make a motion for item number DCR record 100060 for the business located at 7132 West Foothill Boulevard, that we approve license without modifications or conditions.
Is there a second?
This Commissioner Farmbee, a second.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farmbee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Item number 8, DCR core record number 1002, or I'm sorry, correct that, DCR core record number 100062. This is a request from LIZBOR Inc. to approve an annual license for an 1,800 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 3760 North Cahuenga Boulevard. Josie, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No.
Are there any speaker cards? At this time, we'll hear from the department staff.
Good afternoon. My name is Roberta Oriana, and I will present item number 8 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core number 100062 is associated with LIZBOR Inc. The applicant seeks an annual license for type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of March 19, 2019. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10000571-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through August 19, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.2 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 3760 North Cahuenga Boulevard, Studio City, California, 91604, a parcel zoned for general commercial purposes. The business is located in the Sherman Oaks, Studio City, Toluca Lake, Cahuenga Pass Community Plan Area within Council District 4. On or about April 19th, 2024, DCR provided notice to the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on May 9th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. There were no comments neither for nor against this application. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Do any of the commissioners have questions for the department?
No.
Will the applicant's representative please approach the podium? Please state your name for the record and your relationship to the applicant. Please speak directly into the microphone. You have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here. My name is Yana Bakshi, and I am the owner of LIZBOR, doing business as Woodland Hills Treatment Center, which is known as WHTC. I've been in this industry running my store for the last 15 years. I got into this industry because my mother was diagnosed with breast cancer back in the day. And by doing research, trying to help her, got a hold of the butter, medicated butter, and doing food for her so she wouldn't take medication, rather use cannabis. That is why I got into this industry. And since day one, Prop 215, I treated this business as compassion, helping. Our logan is here to help, here to heal. Obviously, throughout the years, everything changed and evolved. I was involved with working with the working group. Obviously, with COVID, things changed and we couldn't come to the city anymore. A lot of things changed, new faces, great team, a lot of old faces. Thank you for continuing your hard work. We have been in our location since 2013. Never had any issues, never had any problems, never had any concerns with either neighbors, the city, the state. This is a family business that I run with my children. Both of my children are involved. They're adults, they're grown-ups. Our staff is very knowledgeable. I still talk about, when I talk about the business, it's patients, it's not customers. That's just how I'm used to it. I've had a neighborhood council meeting yesterday on Zoom and everybody voted unanimously. We're there for many years. Like I said, we never had any issues. I love this business. I love doing what we do. I love to help people who come in there. I love to educate them. Not me, maybe personally, I can do as much as I know, but people who really know cannabis and can explain. Always ready to learn, always ready to listen. We have security 24/7, as well as security systems, obviously. Is there any questions for me?
This is Commissioner Melendez. Could you spell your last name?
Be like boy, AKSHIY. Bakshi.
Thank you.
Commissioner Farnaby, can you talk to us a little bit about any ongoing training that you have for your staff regarding the industry?
What I try to do is, if we carry a product from any vendor, I ask that the company comes and educates my staff, educates them on the product they use, how it's done, so my staff can then educate the consumer. And I always say, obviously, when I got into this industry, there was no testing, and I would have people come into my shop, throw bags of weed, and you smell all the bags, and that's how you bought it. Or you'd have somebody bring rice cakes or brownies or lollipops that melted in their car. And I'm like, I would never eat this. I can't sell this to people. So that's why I made my own brownies, because I knew they were clean, and obviously they weren't tested back in the day. But yes, I always try to have the company educate my staff.
Thank you. It's Commissioner Farnaby again. You talked about your security systems and you talked about security on the premises. Can you talk a little bit about what you have in place regarding security?
My husband is involved with that, but we have a lot of cameras, obviously, inside and outside. We have a 24-hour guard during operation hours, which are 8 to 10. We also have a night guard from 10 until 8 in the morning. And obviously, everything is recorded.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody have any deliberations they want to discuss? Is there a motion?
This is Commissioner Melendez. I make a motion for item number DCR number 100062 for the business located at 3760 North Coanga Boulevard. I move to adopt the staff recommendations as stated on their staff report dated May 10th, 2024.
This is Commissioner Farby, I second.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farnby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you
Aye.
vote? Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Moving on to item number 9, DCR core record number 100617. This is a request from Hyperion Healing LLC to approve an annual license for a 1,675 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 712 Lincoln Boulevard. Josie, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No.
At this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good afternoon, it's me again. My name is Roberta Oriana, and I will present item number 9 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 100617 is associated with Hyperion Healing LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of February 6, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations, and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-0000592-LIC, to conduct retail and on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through August 28th, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 712 South Lincoln Boulevard, Venice 90291, a parcel zoned for general commercial purposes. The business is located in the Venice Community Plan area within Council District 11. On or about April 19, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on May 9th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. There were no comments neither for nor against this application. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to the CEQA guidelines. Since this project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Rocky Wiles, Division Chief of the Compliance and Enforcement Division, is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rocky Wiles, Compliance and Enforcement Division for DCR. So this location, 712 South Lincoln Boulevard, we had a complaint in 2019 alleging that the location was did not comply with our sensitive use restrictions. But we have verified that it does. So that is not something that is a deficiency or a violation. On May 1st, we conducted our compliance inspection. By the way, my staff did mention that this was a very well-run shop and that it was very clean, and they had 4 deficiencies. Again, the DCR record number was missing from the badge. And we are going to have to update that regulation only because, we asked for the DCR license number. I think we need to ask for the DCR core number because that way, they're not changing it every year whenever we have, for the same reason we change the agenda, right? So that it's not just for that year. So that's again, a violation or a deficiency. They didn't have the patron code of conduct in a place where the public can see it. Their surveillance media storage is supposed to be in an area where it can be tampered with, so it either has to be enclosed or in a locked room. So they need to make sure that that is updated so that people can't mess around with the surveillance system. And there were a couple of discrepancies in their metric system. So they were cited and they're supposed to reconcile that. They do have their health department permit and their emblem placard from the health department. So, that's always a good thing. And that is the report.
Are there any questions?
This is Commissioner Melendez. Rocky, did they get back to you with all their, did they rectify everything or are they in the middle of it?
The notice was sent on May 7th. I don't have that information yet. I can check if you want me to, but I don't have that information. Maybe the operator can give that to you.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you.
Yeah. In the future, I will give you that information if I have it.
Any other questions? Thank you. Will the applicant's representative please approach the podium? Please state your name for the record and your relationship to the applicant. Please speak directly into the microphone. You have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Thank you, Commission. My name is Zahur Lalji, spelled Z-A-H-U-R. Last name is Lalji, L-A-L-J-I. I am one of the owner-operators of Hyperion Healing, DBA Wheelhouse. My partners and I acquired this location in October of 22, from a publicly traded company. And we have been owners and operators of 4 other locations that have met all the compliance requirements throughout each city that we are involved in. We take compliance very key and effective part of our business. I come from the banking industry where compliance is a major factor of how we run our operations. Safety and security. Again, I'm taking my banking experience where we had obviously a cash business, not a cash-based business, but a true cash business of security and managing security and safety. And we take those risks very highly and we put SOPs around those information to make sure our customers, our clients, our patients, our employees, and our guards are kept safe and making sure our neighborhood is kept safe. Our neighborhood engagement, we are very involved. As I said, I'm an owner-operator. I show up to work there. I actually bud tend once a week just to ensure that my staff is doing what they need to do and we are doing what we need to do in our neighborhood. We support a lot of nonprofits that we join with. We also work with a lot of the local businesses and we do crawls and other events that Venice loves to do. It is a very local-based community. We also show up to a lot of nonprofit events where we support and we give back a lot of our profits to the local community to assist helping them. I'm sure you guys have heard of Echoes of Hope, which is the foster care program, which is being under investigation right now with the Sheriff's Department. That was one of our foster kids that we were supporting and sponsoring, unfortunately. So we do try to take
what our neighborhood has and give them back as much as we can. We support the neighborhoods we live in. Last but not least, our employees. Our employees are our competitive advantage. We give them the tools, the education, and the requirements they need to run a very well operating business. As Rocky did say, we run a very clean business, and that's what the expectation is. It's always service starts with us, or service starts with me is really the quote that we run our operations on. We've been in this location a year and a half, but we have been in the LA community for 8 years. Any questions?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Melendez. You stated you come from the banking industry,
Yes, sir.
where security is paramount, correct?
Correct.
So with the surveillance not being stored in a locked and secure area, could you explain that to us?
Absolutely. That one's easy. The room is a locked room, but we didn't have the actual DVR in a cage, a locked cage. So because employees can access that room in and out freely, it's not meeting the compliance requirements. It has now been caged. It has all been compliant and met the requirements needed.
Thank you.
Of course.
Commissioner Farmbee. So I know that the compliance inspection took place on May 1st. You received a notice on the 7th, so we're a little bit over a week. Can you talk to us about some of the things that you've done to kind of address what came up from the inspections?
Absolutely. I can actually forward you guys an email that was just sent by my general manager to show images of all the IDs being updated correctly with the DCR numbers. The cage on the DVR, that was one of the other issues. I actually have the notice to comply here. So the identification was taken care of. The corrective action was there. The patron code. The patron code that was not put on the public viewing was actually a membership agreement that they physically signed. They stated we need to just put that in the public view so that they know the code of conduct. So even if people that walk through can read it. So we do have a membership format. It's a very detailed membership agreement that says if you're going to shop with us, you're going to adhere to all the compliance and the rules that you need to comply to. Inventory and sales. It seems like we had 2 additional peach gummies, and those were products that were sold incorrectly by the bud tenders, and they were reconciled. So if you go ahead and look at the other quality or the other missing item, you'll see 2+ and 2-. So it's really the input of the bud tender putting the wrong product in the bag for the customer. We have created a SOP around that now where everything has to be double verified. It's called the 1, 2, 3 system. 1, show the customer what you're selling them. 2, repeat what you're selling them. And 3, then put it in the bag to give it to them.
This is Commissioner Lim. If there was a mislabeling, then wouldn't there be another deficiency where?
Yeah, that's what I just stated. There's 2+ and 2-.
Right, but the inspector just picked up one deficiency.
They didn't look at, the inspectors basically didn't review every product on our shelf. They just randomly picked a few items on the shelf that they were verified.
Gotcha, okay, understood, thank you.
Of course.
This is Commissioner Lim again. We had another applicant that talked about illegal dispensary and what a struggle it has been. It seems that you're doing quite well with 4 locations. Can you address the impact of the illegal dispensary?
Absolutely. So the 4 locations I have, 2 are in Ventura County. So that doesn't have the relevance compared to LA. My other location in LA, yes, I am struggling heavily because a new illegal dispensary is open, but that's not the concern here. The concern is we've got them shut down. We got them all down, and now the city is not going to pursue them. They're going to get away with it all. The landlord, everybody, taking money from my pocket, taking taxes, getting these things done, and yet they're right next door. They literally took my old location. I moved 1 block down. 1 to 2 weeks later, there was a new dispensary open. It took me 9.5 months to get them shut down. You guys spent a lot of money. The city of LA spent a lot of money on the raids, a lot of police showing up, not once, twice. Literally, they opened up the next day after the first raid. And yet the landlord is going to have no consequences and the DA is not pursuing them. That's the pain. I should be able to go after the landlord and have some defense against that. But it is what it is. We are what we call fluid entrepreneurs. And we are going to survive because we're strong in what we do with all these obstacles and challenges in our way.
Thank you.
Of course.
Any other questions of the applicant? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The floor is open for discussions regarding the applicant, if any. Is there a motion?
For item number 9, DCR core record number 100617, location at 712 Lincoln Boulevard. I move to adopt the staff recommendation as stated.
It's Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Commissioner Farnby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Moving on to item number 10, DCR core record number 100620. This is a request from Hazelwood Patients Collective to approve an annual license for a 2,058 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 17523 West Ventura Boulevard. Josie, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No.
At this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good afternoon. My name is Roberta Oriana, and I will present item number 10 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 100620 is associated with the Hazelwood Patients Collective. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of March 19th, 2019. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-0000585-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through August 22nd, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 17523 West Ventura Boulevard, a parcel zoned for community commercial purposes. The business is located in the Encino Tarzana Community Plan area within Council District 4. On or about April 19th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on May 9th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. There were no comments neither for nor against this application. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Rocky Wiles, Division Chief of the Compliance and Enforcement Division, is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location.
Good afternoon, Rocky Wiles with the Compliance and Enforcement Division for DCR. For the location at 17523 West Ventura Boulevard, we did have a complaint on April 16th of 2021, alleging that the operator was evading paying taxes. by including taxes into the final sales price. We did conduct an inspection on May 1st. And we issued the NTC we issued the NTC on May 10th. The deficiencies that staff found included, again, the ID, didn't have the DCR record number. They did construct, they did have some construction that was not shown in our business premises diagram. There was the construction of a door, a partition, and then they sealed a double door according to my staff who visited the site. So they need to update our business premises diagram to match what's out in the field and possibly get a building permit to do those tenant improvements. They don't have a visitor's log. This is a little bit concerning because, you know, anybody can walk in and out of this place. So they do need to establish a procedure where anybody entering the business that's not a customer, right? They have to sign in and out. Vendors, my staff was not required to sign anything going into the facility. So they do need to have a visitor's log and also a different log to track non-employee access into the limited access area. So that's a separate violation. They also have outdoor speakers facing the parking lot, and that is currently a violation of our regulations as well. That is the report. They have not, as far as I can see, none of these violations have been cleared. And that's my report, if you have any questions.
This Vice President Nash. Is it within the regulations for a dispensary to say that sales tax is included in the price, or is that not allowed?
Well, we have to look into that because, we do need to have a breakdown. I mean, we need to see, what's going to state, local, city. But we didn't see that. We haven't, they were advertising that, but we have not seen that. Perhaps the operator can speak a little bit about that.
Okay.
This is Commissioner Melendez, Rocky. When you say that, that the visitors didn't have to log in, well, when you say that, aren't they supposed to check IDs as well? Did they get their IDs checked or they didn't sign in?
Two different things, Commissioner.
Yes.
You're talking about your customers, your clients. They do. They do check ID for that, and before they go in and purchase any products. This is vendors and visitors, anybody other than a customer. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
There's Commissioner Lim. What is usually in the limited access area?
Areas where you maybe keep cash and of course you keep the products, your cannabis products. That should not be just readily available to anybody to walk in and out. So that needs to be kept under lock and key.
So cash and the product.
Those are two examples, yeah, that I
Okay,
can come
thank
up with, yeah. Mhm.
Any other questions? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Will the applicant's representative please approach the podium? Please state your name for the record and your relationship to the applicant. Please speak directly into the microphone.
Good afternoon.
You have 10
My name
minutes.
is Armand Simonian. I'm the operational manager at Hazelwood, which is a pre-ICO phase 1 business. Hazel has been paying all his taxes and fees on time. We pay approximately $350,000 annually in district and local taxes. We pay well over the minimum wage and try to employ local employees and veterans, such as myself. We were recently inspected and only had very minor violations and have already corrected and are in the process of submitting all the corrections shortly, which would clear all the inspections that we were asked to correct. Is there any questions at this time?
Yes, Commissioner Melendez, which violations did you correct?
We corrected the ID cards that didn't have the record number. We corrected the limited access areas that didn't have the logs. Those all have logs now. And answering your question, ID cards were checked to check those people in instead of having the log back then. We also corrected the diagram that a few of our cameras, we added multiple cameras to the facility. They were annotated. That has been annotated now. And that should be it. If I'm missing any, we did add one portion to the SOPs that there was one portion that was missing information that we had 48 hours to notify the DCR if there was any vast inventory changes. That section has since been added to our SOPs.
This is Vice President Nash. I see that one of the violations was the installation of speakers facing the parking lot. That seems like a really basic one for me. Hey, can you tell me how that happened?
Speakers were there when we moved into the complex. We have since removed those speakers.
Were you ever using them?
Not at all. They're non-functional.
There was a discussion about payment of taxes and having a promotion where taxes included. Can you tell me about the promotion and what you did to segregate the
Correct. Yeah.
account for the taxes?
Yes. So we use Meadow POS system. It actually gives us the option to include or not include taxes. So we press include, and it does give you the breakdown of local, city, state, excise taxes all on the receipt.
And you still do that?
Since day one till now, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Farmby. I'm sorry, can you spell your name?
Sure. It's ARMAN, last name S as in Sam, I as in India, M as in Mike, O as in Oscar, N as in November, Yankee, Alpha, November.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Can you talk a little bit about your security measures that you have in place?
Yes, sir. We have a security SOP that we follow. We have 2 armed guards during the day, 2 at night. Managers aware of the security protocol. So they all adhere to the SOPs that we set forth for all our employees.
I'm sorry, can you repeat how many guards you had?
2 during the day, 2 at night.
Okay. And then you had mentioned that you currently pay or exceed the minimum wage hourly rate for your employees?
Yes, sir.
That's true. Good for you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm a union guy. Thank you. I have no other questions, Vice President.
Vice President Nash, I do have another person on the virtual call.
It's our attorney. If we need to add her to the call.
It's their option if they want to speak or not.
Okay. Caller with phone numbers ending in 3240. Please state your name and your relationship to the applicant.
Hello, Madam Clerk and Commission, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Dana Cisneros, and I am legal counsel for Hazelwood. And I did just want to jump in and thank the commission for their attention to our business and for the thoughtful questions. With respect to the violations and the corrections, I did actually submit to our analyst, Donica Ballard, yesterday afternoon, proof of correction of 4 of the 5 violations. That was the 2 visitor logs that have now been implemented, the visitor log as well as the secured access log. For your reference, limited access areas as defined by the DCC regulations is any area where cannabis can be located or stored. And so thank you to Ms. Wiles for pointing out that a log is necessary, and that has been implemented, and proof thereof has been furnished to the DCR. We've also submitted proof of correction of adding the DCR license number to the identification badges. whereas we previously only had the DCC number on, which is the state number on the badges. With respect to the premises diagram, it has been drafted, but there are some technical formalities that need to be corrected by the designer. For example, the law requires us to call a certain area secure record storage, and we put record storage. So there's just some very minor tweaks to be made there, and we will be working with the DCR and building and safety if necessary regarding that partition wall. It is just a small wall with a door, and that'll be corrected, and the premises diagram will be submitted shortly. Oh, with respect to the taxes, the taxes are shown on the receipt to the customer, broken out, as Armand explained to you. They are broken out by state, city, local, and sales tax and excise tax. And then also, I believe in the file that 2021 tax complaint that was made was found to be unsubstantiated, and it was confirmed that all taxes are in fact being paid by the business. And that should be in your file for your review as well.
Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions for the applicant or the caller? Is there a motion?
This is Commissioner Melendez. I make a motion for item number 11, DCR code record number 100. Oh,
10.
sorry. This is Commissioner Melendez. That's like I was at the wrong number. I make a motion for DCR item number 10, core record number 100620. For the business premises located at 17523 West Ventura Boulevard. I move to adopt the staff recommendation as stated on their staff report dated May 10th, 2024.
This is Commissioner Lim, I second that.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farnby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye. Thank you.
The motion passes.
The time is now 3:59 and we've been going for about 2 hours. So we are going to take a little break for about 15 minutes.
Somebody.
Are we ready?
Yes, we may begin. Well. I was like, it's too much. I know. Commissioners, are we ready to begin?
Yes.
Okay. The time is 4:19 and we are resuming with all commissioners present, including President Mason.
The time is 4:19 and President Mason has joined the meeting. All commissioners are present and I'm going to pass the gavel to her to chair the remainder of the meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner Matt Nash. Good afternoon, everyone. It is an honor and a privilege to be here before you today. I am President Mason, and thank you, Commissioner Nash, for chairing the meeting in my absence. At this time, we will take item 2 off of the table regarding a report from the department regarding the impact of the proposed 2024-25 budget from the mayor and the cuts on the social equity program. Ms. Garaki, and I understand you have a report.
I do. It is a verbal report.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. And thank you, folks that are in the audience. Thanks, folks who are tuning in at home. I appreciate everybody being here, regardless of if you have to or not. So my name is Michelle Garakian. I am the executive director of the City of Los Angeles Department of Cannabis Regulation. I'm going to provide a brief verbal report back on the item. So I wrote a bunch of remarks, and in the last 15 hours or so, those remarks have become completely invalid. That is how quickly the city's budget process is moving at this time. So I'm just gonna put this away and do this off the top of the dome, if that's okay. I stay within my limits though. Emily, I know you're looking at me. So the city's budget process moves very, very quickly. I'm just gonna kind of start a little bit, just provide in relation to this item, I'm gonna provide a tad bit of background on the budget. Essentially, in late November, every department remits their dream budget requests to the mayor of Los Angeles. We did that back in November. We requested, and I'm just going to talk about social equity because that's on the agenda. There were several other requests, but I'm going to talk about equity. We requested about $4.5 million to support the social equity program, and that was twofold. One was a $1.5 million request to support an incubator program. Essentially, it would have been providing equity applicants and licensees an opportunity to be either their business, their idea to be incubated here at a location outside of the department, and we would have supported folks in that endeavor. The other request was a $2.5 million request to support the social equity program's business license and compliance program. We lovingly called that the BLC program. The BLC program is comprised of 5 different items. Number 1 is one-on-one business coaching. This is our most popular program amongst our applicants and licensees to date. This allows us to work with outside vendors who can provide cannabis-related business advice to social equity applicants and licensees, something that the Department of Cannabis Regulation employees cannot do by law. So that's why we engage with our vendors on that. BLC also includes the learning management system, which is a wonderful, I'd like to call it a cannabis business, online cannabis business college, if you will. And it is probably, I want to say about 150 hours of self-guided cannabis information related to insurance requirements, to the use of a POS system, to learning about the city's good faith hiring requirements, to hiring, to firing, to everything under the sun. And it's kind of segregated by level 1, which is folks with not a lot of either cannabis and or entrepreneurial experience. Level 2, folks who are applicants and have a little bit of entrepreneurial and or cannabis experience. And then level 3, people who have licenses, are in the business and need immediate advice that relates to where they are. So the LMS is great. We also have our webinars. In those webinars, we have a series of 4 webinars that are happening right now. The last one happened, I believe, last night, or sorry, 2 nights ago, and that was on the annual licensing program. We also have our Canna Dispatch. If you're a social equity applicant, you have received that. It's a newsletter that goes out every month with a bunch of resources that are just for equity applicants. And then lastly, we have our pro and low bono legal services program, and that is done in partnership with the LA County Bar Association. Great program, also one of our most popular programs. So it's about 5 different programs in all. We asked the mayor to support a continued funding of these programs in the BLC to the tune of $2.5 million. Recently, this year, we did get the mayor's budget back, and there did not include any funding for the social equity program. It was very disappointing, but it is a very difficult year. It is a very difficult budget year. I'm sure anybody who's here who reads LA Times knows what's going on. There's a lot of very noble priorities and not a lot of money to pay for them. And I don't want to say that the mayor had to make a decision between homelessness or social equity. That's not my job. She's my boss. She had to do what she felt was right for the city. We respect that. She also did provide a number of other great things for us in the budget that are not related to social equity. I can't talk about that because it's not on the agenda, but I can share that with you from our newsletter, our public newsletter. But it's a tough year. It's a tough year. But does that mean that this department stops advocating for equity applicants? No, not at all. At the end of the day, equity is it's the heart and soul of this department, bar none, period. So even though this budget did not include any funding, we knew that we would have to advocate, and advocate we did. Next up for the budget, it goes to the city council, specifically the city council's Budget, Finance, and Innovation Committee, or BFI. We were asked after the mayor's budget came out, we didn't see anything. We were asked to remit a letter to BFI, which we did, asking for, them to essentially restore that $2.5 million funding. Within that letter, we tried to make a case as to why this was important. This is not just a feel-good thing to do. Firstly, it's part of it's codified in our code, number 1, the equity program. And that was a city council decision back in 2017. That's number 1. Number 2, it is an excellent return on investment. And I think that we can all say that at this point. In the last 3 years, the city as a whole has invested $3 million over 3 years between 2019 and 2024 into the social equity program. So that's a total of $9 million that they have invested. Meanwhile, the city has grossed $40 million in tax revenue just from equity applicants alone. That is new net tax revenue just from equity applicants alone. So a $9 million for a $40 million return. It's a no-brainer. This is not just a feel-good thing to do. This actually helps people, and to make it sound so crude, makes the city money. And that was the crux of our letter. Our letter was, this is not just the right thing to do, it's the fiscally responsible thing to do. We were invited to a budget hearing by the BFI committee on May 6th. That was about 2 weeks ago, where we argue pretty vociferously these facts. We were very well received by that committee. They asked for budget memos back on our request to restore the funding. And unfortunately, when they came back, we did not see any earmarks for that money. So I went back to the BFI committee last week and begged and pleaded to include some funding. So we started at 2.5. I begged and pleaded, okay, if I had to choose 3 out of the 5 programs in BLC, I will choose A, B, and C. How about 1.5? And so in the last minute, Councilmember Rodriguez added a request back to the CLA, which is like her chief legislative analyst for the city council, to add $1.5 million back into the budget. The CLA report came out this morning at 11, and we had $1 million in there. The BFI committee convened at about 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, and the BFI committee kept the $1 million in there. And what that tends to mean is that that $1 million is likely going to be part of the council's revised budget that goes to the full council, gets voted on, gets ratified, and then goes to the mayor. So this is a long way of saying we started with a huge request and we ended up with a very small request. Do we want more? Yes. Do our applicants and licensees deserve more? Absolutely. Are we thankful for what we got? Yes. It is a tough year. A lot of my colleagues, GM colleagues who run other departments didn't get anything. So I am very thankful, but are we going to stop advocating? Absolutely not. So when the midterm FSR comes up, which is like the halfway term to ask for more money, we absolutely will. You know, my original intent here was to give you guys an update on where we were, thinking we weren't going to get anything, but we did get something. And so I am grateful for that, but we're not going to stop advocating. And that is my update. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Garakian. This is President Mason, I've had conversations with others about the budget cuts and am aware that it's just not as if this department had a target on its back and was singled out, that these cuts have taken place across the board. And a lot of departments are feeling it. And it's a sign of the times that we live in. The city is impacted by hyperinflation, just as we as individuals are impacted by hyperinflation. The mayor made some commitments when she ran for office regarding public safety and homelessness. And if you tour the city, you see the homeless encampments are beginning to return. And so I respect her decisions in terms of the budgeting decisions she has made. It's hard for us all to kind of stomach it, and Parks and Recs was affected, other departments were affected. So it will impact the way the city works, but sometimes we have to take a hard loss to win overall, you know? So we do have a choice, commissioners, to write a letter in support of the complete ask, or we just sit back and see how things go later on down the line and perhaps volunteer to support Director Garakian when she goes back in later on down the line to make an appeal for additional funds. So with that, I'll open it up to deliberations.
Commissioner Farmby, when is the mid-year check-in?
Usually comes about January. Yes.
January.
Yeah. Sure. Yes, January.
Guys are quiet.
It's very sad news. I know.
Well, it's better, you know, it's better than nothing.
I know.
It's better than nothing. And
Yeah.
and I trust that you will allocate that funding towards the most needed use for
Yeah, we
social
will.
equity applicants. Yeah.
Yeah, we will. I mean, again, we're very thankful we got something in the light of it just being a very, very grim
Mhm.
year. But you know, it's a hard pill to swallow.
It is.
Not gonna lie.
Are there any motions from the commissioners? Okay, well, hearing that there are none, we will take no action at this time.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for letting me present today.
Thank you. So we are moving on to item 11 on the agenda. DCR core record number 100632. And this is a request from Chinatown Patient Collective Group to approve an annual license for a 4,000 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 15223 West Burbank Boulevard. One moment.
I would suggest. This is Emily White from the City Attorney's Office. Commissioner Farmbee, I would suggest that you, whatever statements you have to make, you make them publicly.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry, I was, Commissioner Farmbee. I was inquiring about what President Mason had stated in terms of the commissioners in support of the recommendation for the budget. Us as a commission writing to support that, letters from us. That was what I was inquiring about, and if that required a motion, and if it did, then I would be in favor of that.
And if that is the case, then would you care to reopen the item, President Mason?
Hi, yes, we can reopen item number 2. And Commissioner Farmbee, you can make a motion.
Why, thank you. I would like to make a motion that the commission, the Cannabis Commission, write letters in support of the budget recommendation by our executive director.
This is Vice President Nash. I second the motion.
This is President Mason. I'd just like to clarify that the letter would be written in support of the original budget request of, originally she asked for 4.5, or we requesting it, supporting the 2.5.
This is Deputy City Attorney Emily Watt. I believe the request was for 3.5 to the social equity program and 1.5 additionally, or is 2 and 2? I'm sorry, at this point, maybe we should have the executive
Clarification,
director
yes.
come back up and clarify what her exact request is so that we know what the recommendation letter would be about.
Yes, it's Commissioner Lim. Maybe we should deliberate on this issue because I'm not sure what the motion is. Is the motion for the original amount or is it for the 1 million?
So what's going to happen is she's going to clarify what her request is and he's going to perfect the motion.
So there's many ways that we can go about this. You guys can write a letter in support of the original $4.5 million. That was our original request back in November 2023. You can write a letter in support. And again, this letter, it's going to be going to the Budget and Finance Committee because they're the ones that are deliberating. The city's draft budget is with them right now. They make the decision, they ratify, mayor signs. They ratify by voting. So it could be for $4.5 million, which was the original request back in November 2023. It could be for the 2.5 million, which we followed up with and with them on saying, hey, we know it's a lot, 2.5 would be great. That probably would make the most sense, to be honest. So if you're asking my opinion.
This is Commissioner Farmbee. Can I amend the motion?
You can further deliberate if you so please,
Oh,
or you
yeah.
can make a motion if you believe that you're ready to do that.
Commissioner Lim,
Yes, I'm not sure
did
if,
you?
oh,
state your
I'm
name
sorry.
for the record?
This is Commissioner Lim. Obviously, we're advocating the 2.5 million. We did get the 1 million. Clearly, we support our director in the action that's being taken. And so I'm not sure this is the right time for us to even send a letter of support or seek additional money of 2.5 million. It may be better to have this letter to have any impact to take place in January when they do the interim budget then that way they have our letter there. But it's a timing issue. I definitely agree. We should take voice our concern on that. It's just what is it going to be most effective?
Now, question for Director Karakian. Doesn't January also kind of coincide with the beginning of the 2025 budgeting process as well?
Yeah, this budget is for fiscal year 24-25.
Okay.
So it's weird in this city. I can't advise you. Well, I mean, I guess
Right.
You could advise.
I could advise us. Well, maybe I will then. I think kind of almost like if I can speak straight to you, I think kind of what's done is done at this point. Our budget with the 1 million is going to probably go. It's pretty baked, and it's going to the full council at this point to be voted on. I think in January, having that letter for the remaining amount might be more. That may have more of an impact.
I think that come January, you'll be able to show how not having those additional funds impacted the programming. You can
also
support
true.
that with data, statistics, testimonials to further support the justification or to further justify any additional funding.
That's one way to look at it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Commissioner Farmby. I agree, Commissioner Lim. I do think that there's something to be said. This body, in terms of support for the work, right? Regardless of what decision is going to be made on the budget, I do think that it says a lot in support of what we're trying to do. So that's one thing. I think the second thing is, whenever you talk about funding, I think it's always good to look at as many opportunities as you can, specifically when you look at competing factors, to be able to take those steps into consideration. So while I do agree with the notion, I do think the other side of that is as a body showing support in favor of what we do. What's needed.
I mean, it could be like armor going into this council budget meeting. And then you guys could always reconvene to take another vote. Oh, sorry. Am I okay? You could always reconvene to take another vote for January. So I'm down for whatever you want to do. And everything helps. You're right.
Commissioner Melendez.
I'm just taking it all in.
Okay. Commissioner Nash, Vice President Nash.
I kind of tend to support Commissioner Lim's approach and think that the best bang for our buck might be the mid-year thing, especially in light of we think that it's a very difficult year and we probably won't get any additional change right now. So that would be what I would suggest.
This is Commissioner Farmby. For clarification, Emily, in terms of process here, considering that, I guess I made a motion. I don't know how would we pick it up from here?
You can still make the motion and then we would just go ahead and vote.
Oh,
Yeah.
Correct. This is Emily Wadding. You can make a motion if it is your so desired to do so, and then they can vote. You can also, I don't believe there's a motion pending because it was obviously there's been so much conversation, but you can either make a motion now, you can make a motion to send a letter of recommendation today or within the immediate future. You could also make a motion to have it recalendared in well advance of the January meeting, maybe in November, October, to give sufficient time for a draft recommendation later to be drafted. I mean, you can essentially do whatever you want at this time, given the information that you've received.
Got it. To deliberate, I think let's schedule a meeting in November. So it's on our system. So we'll know, we won't forget about it, to take a vote at that time for the January budget.
And at that point, I just want to say as a matter of process, because the question was posed to me that you might want to, at that point, consult with the executive director about the lead time that would be required if the budget is being approved in January. It might be going through the multiple committee process for God knows how many months in advance. So you'd need to know when to submit that letter.
So this
Then when
Commissioner,
to schedule it.
this Commissioner Lim, when do you think we should take a vote for the commission to write a letter to support the original 2.5 million for social equity?
Well, this is President Mason. If we were going to support the original 2.5 request, it would be now. Because any request she submits, Director Garakian submits in January is going to be for 1.5 million.
It would,
additional.
it would actually be early November is
Okay.
when I would come back to you guys and ask.
Okay.
Or you guys would decide you want to support funding the difference, if you will.
Right, so deliberating, what do you think of the idea of having it the first Thursday in November to have this vote? And that way we can put it in the agenda and we'll remember to bring it up at that time.
This is Commissioner Farmby. I'm good with that.
Okay. Yeah, then if I've been deliberated, I'd like to make a motion. So. Okay, this Commissioner Lim, I'll to make a motion to continue this, to continue our resolution in regards to the deficiency of the social equity budget to the first Thursday in November.
That's November 7th.
And this is Emily Water from the City Attorney's Office. Commissioner Lim, just to clarify, if the continuance will also include a continuance of possible commission action and voting on a letter of request.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I second the motion.
Oh, sorry. Let's go.
I didn't catch that. Who's second?
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners. Now we are on to item 11. DCR core record number 100632. This is a request from Chinatown Patient Collective Group Incorporated to approve an annual license for a 4,000 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 15223 West Burbank Boulevard. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or city council representatives here on this item?
No.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good afternoon. My name is Roberta Ariana, and I will present item number 11 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 100632 is associated with Chinatown Patient Collective Group. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1st, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-000581-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through 8/21/2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LIMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 15223 West Burbank Boulevard, Van Nuys, California, 91411, a parcel zoned for general commercial purposes. The business is located in the Van Nuys North Sherman Oak Community Plan area within Council District 4. On or about April 19th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on May 9th, 2024. During the meeting, the members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. There were no comments neither for nor against this application. The staff report lists a number of reasons for DCR or the commission may deny license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Rocky Wiles, Division Chief of the Compliance and Enforcement Division, is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rocky Wiles with the Compliance and Enforcement Division for DCR. So when my staff visited the site on May 2nd, 2024, they were not able to get into the location. But the exterior walls, they did notice that the exterior walls of the building were covered with graffiti. And we did not have, as I mentioned, we weren't able to really conduct the compliance inspection because we didn't gain access into the facility. So that is all I have. On April 4th, 2022, we did have a complaint about the business tax registration certificate, the BTRC not being displayed on the premises. But again, we could not confirm or verify whether or not that is actually a violation.
Thank you. Are there
Actually,
any
yeah, there's
questions?
questions.
Yes, Commissioner Lim.
Was it denied access or was it vacant? And I'm sure, do we know why they were denied access? Is it because it was locked out and was locked out and no business was present, or else it was open and they wouldn't let us in? Does your report
Yeah, so my notes basically say that the applicant it seems that the record has been abandoned. Perhaps, I'm not sure if licensing team has any information on that. We have, my staff basically said that it seems that the building has been abandoned. They do have temporary approval, so we still wanted to, and I have to verify, I believe that we did issue an NTC because they do have temporary approval, and the NTC, if we did issue it, which was my direction to my staff, was to at least issue the NTC for the outside of the building, to make sure that they clear the trash, paint over the graffiti, so that at least the property is kept in a good condition, because they, like I said, our records show that they still have temporary approval. But according to the emails that we have, they have, their intent is to withdraw their application, is what my staff said, but we haven't received the required forms to allow them to do that.
Do we know, this Commissioner Lim, do we know if the applicant is present to ask you some of these questions?
No, I don't have any speaker cards for the applicant.
Okay, thank you. So I understand the provisional expires on August 21, 2024. So in terms of is that correct? The provisional license expires August 21, 2024.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Farmby, considering this, Rocky, I'm assuming that they did not receive any notice, right, from you, because you didn't have access to the premises.
They didn't receive, I have to check my records to see if we did issue the NTC, the notice to correct. If you give me a second, I will check because I do have that in my notes. But like I said, we did receive an email from somebody who has the, their email is the same as everybody else on the application record. So it's the same company, but it's not a person that's on the record, but it comes from the email that's, that matches everybody else on the record. I don't know if that makes sense. And this is the person that told us that they wanted to withdraw the application. But again, we don't have anything from somebody in the record and we don't have the forms. So, we're at a loss.
This Commissioner Lim, what is a procedure when the inspector doesn't have access to do an inspection? As Commissioner Farnby was saying, is there a notice given to them saying, if you don't give us access within a certain time period, your license could be in jeopardy?
We haven't said that. We reach out to the operators, letting them know that we will be there. And I mean, we can show up with or without, notice.
Right.
So we still conduct the inspection. Maybe it's something that, we can mention. I don't know that it would have made a difference in this case.
But
yes.
after you're denied access, what's the next procedure?
Well, if we're
with the
denied access,
operator?
we can cite them. And I can tell you that when that has happened, we have cited people. In fact, if the fire department is trying to gain access and they can't get access, sometimes they call me, during that time, and I will email the operator letting them know somebody's there. From fire department, you got to let them know because it's not just us, right? It's the other agencies that we work with. They have to allow access to. And we send that, and I have seen that if I do that right away, most of the operators will go ahead and comply.
And in this case, following up what Commissioner Farnby was saying, do we give them a citation for not giving us access?
That is what I have here.
Okay.
There's two. It's supposed to be, the exterior of the building, the trash, and also the fact that they didn't allow for access.
And this Commissioner Lim again, was their email saying they want to abandon the license? Was it given to you after we gave
Yes.
notice? Okay, thank you.
After.
This is Jason Glean, Assistant Executive Director. My recommendation in this case would be to suggest maybe the commission would continue this item to June 6th to give us an opportunity to follow up with the applicant to see whether or not they do in fact intend to abandon the location and then go ahead and refile at a new location, given the fact that I do not have that on record right now.
But
This is Deputy City Attorney Emily Wada. Mr. Clean, are you then withdrawing your recommendation for the approval of this application and making a different recommendation?
That is correct.
well, this Commissioner Lim, is a better approach here to issue the license conditioned upon a inspection to take place within a certain time period. And if they don't allow us access in that time period, our approval is denied. It seems that would be more efficient, prudent way to go than just continuing it.
Commissioner Lim, if I may. If the commission denies the license.
No, it's approval with the condition that in 30 days or 60 days, we'll adjourn, but it's an approval conditioned upon passing the inspection within a certain time period. Because we did not get access and because of that applicant's request to withdraw.
I don't
I-
think that's really into it.
I would recommend a continuation of the item.
Okay.
To give us the opportunity to follow up, because ultimately, if the commission were to deny, even if it was, they failed to comply with the request to do the inspection because maybe they lost site control or something, then the action would be a denial and they wouldn't have the opportunity to refile if they in fact lost site control. A continuance to June 6th would give me the opportunity to follow up with the applicant to see whether or not if they did in fact intend to surrender the business premises. And then, of course, if that's not the intent, we can ask them to appear to address some of the questions as to why staff were not allowed at the location, and then put this back before the commission with a recommendation to either issue or deny.
This is, I'm sorry, this is Emily Wada. I also think that that's a probably a more prudent perspective for the commission, because then a contingent approval of the of the license
Was
would not allow you to
yeah.
consider then the findings of a compliance inspection. It would, so the CRC wouldn't be able to do any deliberations based on that compliance inspection.
And yeah, it's a due process requirement. It's just, I don't want to keep continuing these and have more and more later on.
Totally understood. Yeah.
This is Commissioner Melendez. I move to continue item 11 on the agenda for June the 6th.
Before we
Oh.
hear the motion, were we finished with deliberations?
Let's get to it.
Is June 6th enough time? What's the time period we should continue it to?
We usually do 30 days. And June 6th is only 3 weeks away, maybe.
Is this sufficient time for you guys to do a follow-up and do a revised report?
Yes, Commissioner Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director. Giving us until June 6th would give me sufficient time to reach out to the applicant and find out what their intent is. And then if their intent is not to abandon the record, then to give them the opportunity to appear to address some of the compliance related concerns.
Great, thank you.
Are we closing deliberations? Is there a motion?
This is Commissioner Melendez. I move to continue item 11 on the agenda to June 6th.
This is Commissioner Farmbee. I second the motion.
Mr. Rizzo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farmbee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. On to item 12, DCR core record number 101749. This is a request from Compassionate Patient Resources Incorporated to approve an annual license for a 5,037 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 18526 West Parthenia Street. Mr. Rizzo, are there any neighborhood council or elected official representatives present?
No.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good evening. My name is Roberta Oriana, and I will present item number 12 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 101749 is associated with Compassionate Patient Resources, Inc. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of March 19, 2019. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-00005558-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through August 12th, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 18526 West Parthenia Street, a parcel zoned for commercial manufacturing purposes. The applicant is an existing medical marijuana dispensary pursuant to the Los Angeles Municipal Code, Section 105.03B, and EMMD shall not be subject to the zone, distance, and sensitive use restrictions stated in LAMC Section 105.02 until after December 31st, 2025. On the condition that the EMMD operates and continues to operate in compliance with the distance and sensitive use restrictions. The business is located in the Northridge Community Plan area within Council District 12. On or about April 19th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on May 9th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. The oral and written comments provided by the public were in favor of the applicant. 2 members of the public spoke favorably of the business. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of an annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, any question for the department? Thank you. At this time, Jen Ruiz, you may approach the podium. Please state your name for the record and your relationship to the applicant, and you will have 2 minutes.
Hi, I think that Lisa Lynn is on the phone as well.
I'm sorry. you need a
Oh,
microphone.
yes. Jen Ruiz, I'm the regional manager, but I believe that we have someone phoning in.
I don't show anyone with a raised hand. Is there a representative for this item on the virtual call? If so, please dial *9 to raise a hand. Caller with phone number ending in 5535, please state your name and the relationship to the applicant.
Hi, this is Lisa Seelan. I'm legal counsel for Compassionate Patient Resources, and I have represented them since they were in business at the location on Parthenia Street. They are an EMMD. They have been in business since 2007. They have operated under all of
Just
the
one
laws.
second. Are you both speaking on this item or just?
Yes, I'm here to address any operational questions, but she's the main speaker.
Okay, if she's speaking, there's 10 minutes joined for both of you.
That's fine. I won't be that long. Anyways, I've spoken before the commission, but unfortunately I'm not there in person today. I happen to be in New York, but I'm calling in on this, and I will be calling in on another matter later on. But I'm just calling because this business has been in operation since 2007. I've been representing them since 2000 and I believe 13 or 14 when they moved to the location they're at. And they have operated under all of the laws of the state of California, the city of Los Angeles. They were under Prop D. They were operating under now Measure M. And they are in full compliance with all of the laws in the state, and they're very good operators.
Thank you for having us.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any questions?
It's Commissioner Farnaby. How you doing?
Good.
You haven't had, to date, you haven't had an inspection at this specifically, have you?
Not since I have managed. We have our regular compliance officers do monthly audits where she follows the regulations, but I don't think that we've heard from Rocky.
Thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners? Melendez, Nash?
Oh, sorry. No, this is Commissioner Farnaby. Since we have you here, is anything you want to share with us regarding the operations with the commission?
Yeah, we are right next to CSUN. Most of our demographics, our students and returning customers our retention rate is 83%, which is very high for the retail industry. We love to service our community. We are involved in charity, such as a lot of raffles, giveaways. We just did a PlayStation giveaway for our CSUN students, and all of our associates have been with us for over 2.5 years, so we don't have that much turnover. We provide a safe working place for our team, and you know, the community speaks highly of us, and especially because we see a lot of returning rates within our community.
Thank you.
Thank you. If I can still speak, I should mention that this is a UFCW Local 770 labor shop. Everybody is a unionized laborer there with very good wages and medical benefits.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Farmy. When you say everyone, does that include all associates and the security staff?
No, security staff for all of the dispensaries and the cannabis businesses have to be a contracted business. They cannot be an employee. So those are contracted security companies that come in and service the cannabis businesses. With regard to who is a labor, who's under a union labor, it is all of the employees, but not management. Management is not under a, if you can hire and fire, you're not under the contract. It's only the employees themselves.
Commissioner Farmy again, thanks for the clarification. And how many employees do you currently have?
We have 12.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any deliberation on this item, commissioners? Hearing none, is there a motion?
It's Commissioner Farmy. On item 12, DCR core record number 101749 for the business location at 18526 West Parthenia Street, Compassionate Patient Resources Incorporated. I moved a motion to accept the staff recommendation as stated.
Is there a second?
It's Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Fiesel, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farnby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
Item number 13, DCR core record number 101753. This is a request from RDC Collective Corporation to approve an annual license for an 11,329 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 18448 West Oxnard Street. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No.
Thank you. This time, we will hear from department staff.
Good evening. My name is Roberta Oriana, and I will present item number 13 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 101753 is associated with RDC Collective Corp. The applicant seeks an annual license for type 10 retail with on-site sales and commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of March 19th, 2019. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-000536-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through August 4th, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 18448 West Oxnard Street, a parcel zoned for general commercial purposes. The business is located in Encino Tarzana Community Plan area within Council District 3. On or about April 19th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on May 9th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. One public comment was provided in favor of the applicant. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Rocky Wiles, the Division Chief of Compliance and Enforcement Division, is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rocky Wiles with the Compliance and Enforcement Division for DCR. Let's see. So the property at 18448 West Oxnard Street. We did receive a complaint in 2020, but it was not related to commercial cannabis activity. It was related to COVID-19. On May 2nd, we conducted our compliance inspection. When I met with staff, they did tell me that this was a beautiful spot and that they really didn't have many deficiencies. In fact, when I met with them, when they debriefed me, there were 3 deficiencies. One was that they were advertising curbside pickup. The second one was that they had an outdoor speaker, and the third one was that there was their neighborhood liaison was missing from what they post publicly. While they were there, they actually went ahead and took care of all the deficiencies. The only thing that we cited them for, give me a second. So the only thing that we cited them for was for the curbside delivery, because they are advertising it. I believe that they were going to stop doing that. We haven't verified that they took down the signage, but I believe that the intention is to comply with the regulations. So out of the 3, there was only that. They removed the speakers while we were there. They actually put up the neighborhood liaison information while my staff was there. So they were not cited for those things. Let's see if I can. Oh, and my staff did say that when they did check metric, and by the way, they do just, when they check the track and trace system metric, they just look at a random sampling, because obviously they can't spend all that time looking at every single transaction, but they did say that they have a spotless and perfect metric, which for them, it was very refreshing, because I think people still are probably getting used to using that system, and that we see a lot of those small discrepancies, but I guess this business was on top of it, is what I was told, as far as their metric. And that's my report.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Wiles?
Hey, Rocky, and just, I'm sorry, this is Commissioner Farmby, just for clarification, in the curbside delivery, it was downgraded?
Yeah, in general, we are going to do that just because the state, like I said, they allow it. So we are going to.
Got it. Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Wiles.
You're welcome.
I do not have a speaker card.
President Mason, there is a hand raised in the virtual meeting.
Okay.
So. Caller with phone number ending in 6656. Please state your name and your relationship to the applicant.
Hello, my name is Katie Podine and I'm General Counsel for RDC Collective Corp. I apologize. I was supposed to be there in person, but I've been battling a cold, and as you can hear, it's gotten the best of me this week.
You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. I first of all would like to address the curbside pickup. We've stopped curbside pickup, and we will submit proof to the inspector. And but as we're on the topic, I just wanted to support the feedback that DCR staff and the commission have said today, and take another look at the regulations. You know, I was speaking to the owner about this, and he found that it's actually a lot safer for his business and the community than delivery, because there is security on site in the parking lot, as well as surveillance cameras that are pointed in that area. So he feels a lot safer with people ordering curbside pickup than delivery. That being said, it stopped until further notice from the DCR. I would also like to speak about some of the community benefits that RDC provides. During COVID, RDC provided PPE to firefighters and police. They will, at random times, order food trucks for the nearby police and buy Christmas presents for children in need in the community each year. Additionally, they pride themselves on small acts of kindness around the community. A mom and pop retail shop had a broken storefront window that was very costly, and the owner was speaking to them about it and decided to fix and pay for the storefront window in its entirety, just to help them out. As for security, there's 2 security personnel on duty during business hours. One security personnel patrols the perimeter during the off hours, and the parking lot and strip mall area has been enhanced with lighting and is made safer by having that patrol always on duty. RDC employs approximately 50 employees from the community. Now, that's not just retail, but because RDC has manufacturing and distribution within its same building, that it's 50 employees all around from the community. There's a high retention rate of all the employees, and we provide opportunities for career advancement. In fact, all of our managers and supervisors of the retail started off as bud tenders. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have for this entity.
Thank you, Ms. Padin. Commissioners, are there any questions for the applicant's representative at this time?
Commissioner Farby, I'm sorry, Miss Katie, can I get, I didn't get your last name. Can you spell it out for me, please?
Yes, my last name is Podine, P as in Paul, O, D as in David, E-I-N as in Nancy.
Thank you. This is Commissioner Farby. Ms. Bodine, are you're the owner operator of the business, is he or she aware of the DCR's regulation on the curbside pickup?
He was not aware. He actually thought it was still allowable. I believe the DCR did not have any language about curbside delivery prior to the most recent revision of the regulations that went into effect in November 2023. And you know, now that after the inspection he was made aware of it, he has stopped it.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions?
This is Commissioner Lim. I just want to commend you for having an excellent store, and without this curbside, having no other violations. Rarely do we see an operator that has such a clean record.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Lim. Any other questions? Any deliberations on this item? Hearing none, is there a motion?
This is Vice President Nash for item number 13, DCR core record number 101753, applicant RDC Collective Corp. for the premises located at 18448 West Oxnard Street. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated May 10, 2024.
Thank you, Vice President Nash. Is there a second?
This is Commissioner Farmbee. I second the motion.
Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farmbee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 14, DCR Core Record Number 101762. This is a request from Herbal Solutions LLC to approve an annual license for an 1,800 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 11376 Ventura Boulevard. Are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item, Ms. Treviso?
No.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good evening. My name is Brea, and I will present item number 14 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 101762 is associated with Herbal Solutions LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of 10/28/2020. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10000874-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through 9/1/2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 11376 West Ventura Boulevard, a parcel zoned for general commercial purposes. The business is located in the Sherman Oaks, Studio City, Toluca Lake, Cahuenga Pass Community Plan Area with Council District 4. On or about April 19th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on May 9th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. There were no comments neither for nor against this application. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements for the categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Are there any questions for department staff? Okay, hearing none. Do we have someone here on behalf of the applicant?
I do not have a speaker card, or there's no virtual or applicant on the virtual call either.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, is there any deliberation on this item?
This is Commissioner Farmbee. Considering where we are with this body and all of the work that has taken place leading up to this point to get to a place of issuing and approving for annual licenses, I would like to just note for the record that I think it's critically important for owner operators to show up to these. If they feel it's important, to continue to operate. And I would just like to state for the record that I would hope that folks in the future who will be coming before this body will take that strongly into consideration for us to make our decisions going forward.
Here, here. Any other comments or deliberations from the remaining commissioners?
And this is Commissioner Lim. I definitely agree with Commissioner Farnby and everyone that they should be present, especially if there is a close call or a question or an open item that we like to follow up on. And it would, in the future, it would behoove them to show up. Otherwise, it would be considered a factor to deny the application since they're not cooperating with the commission.
Okay, any other comments from the remaining commissioners? Okay, is there a motion?
This is Commissioner Lim. After saying that, I make a motion to after saying that, in regards to item number 14, DCR core record number 101762 for the business located at 11376 Ventura Boulevard, I make a motion to approve the license without modifications or conditions.
Is Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farnby, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Ash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item
President Mason, if I may, at this moment, this is Emily Wada. I'd like to ask if you could consider taking an item out of order. Item number 18, only because Commissioner Melendez will have to recuse himself from that matter. And so given that Commissioner Farnby has to depart soon to go to LAX, we'd like to have 4 commissioners present to hear that matter if we could.
Understood.
Thank you.
Then at this time, we will call item 18. Give me just a moment.
And yes, and at this moment, maybe Mr. Commissioner Melendez should make his statement.
Madam Chair, point of privilege. I'm recusing myself on item 18.
Okay, then I'm sorry. I guess
We have
Mr.
to call the
President,
item
okay, call
first.
it.
Yes. Thank you. Item number 18, DCR core record number 101766. This is a request from Cornerstone Research Collective to approve an annual license for a 1,000 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 2551 West Colorado Boulevard. And I understand we do have a recusal on this item.
This is Commissioner Melendez. I'm recusing myself on item number 18 because of personal relationships with the applicant. I'm leaving the room and will not be present for the discussion or the vote on this item.
Thank you. Mr. Commissioner Melendez has departed the room. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from staff.
Good evening. My name is Brea, and I will present item number 18 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 101766 is associated with Cornerstone Research Collective. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of March 19th, 2019. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code. and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10000538-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site commercial cannabis activity. On-site sales, commercial cannabis activity, which is active through August 4th, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 2551 West Colorado Boulevard, Los Angeles, California, 90041, a parcel zone for community commercial purposes. The business is located in the Northeast Los Angeles Community Plan Area with Council District 14. On or about April 19th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on May 9th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. There were no comments neither for nor against this application. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Rocky Wiles, Division Chief of the Compliance and Enforcement Division, is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rocky Wiles with the Compliance and Enforcement Division for DCR. Location at 2551 West Colorado Boulevard. This location had received about 12 complaints between April of 2020 and August 2021. 2 of the complaints were not related to commercial cannabis activity. 3 complaints were actually duplicates, and the remaining complaints basically dealt with customers parking in red zones in front of the security personnel. The complainant alleged that there were a lot of customers waiting on the sidewalk to be called to a pickup window. That was back in April 2020. In March of 2020, we received a complaint alleging that the operator was engaging in curbside delivery. Let's see, 2021, in July, we received a complaint alleging that there was a lot of odor and there were, customers arguing over parking spaces. Individuals other than local residents taking up parking spaces, which is not a violation. And again, there was just complaints about parking. Again, July 19th, 26th, 27th of 2021 and August of 2021, more complaints about parking issues. On May 2nd is when staff completed their compliance inspection, and there were 3 deficiencies cited. One of them was the identification badges. Did not include, again, the DCR record number. We did have a deficiency as far as the surveillance system that needs to be in a secured and locked area, which is not. And there was a discrepancy in the track and trace metric system. That is the conclusion of the report on this address.
Thank you, Commissioners. Any questions for Ms. Wiles?
This Vice President Nash, did I hear you correctly? There's 12 complaints?
Yeah, but like I said, some of them were duplicates, and most of them had to do with parking. Yes, 12 complaints.
And the duplicates, what were they again?
Well, I So all the complaints that we received are summarized and they're probably in your report.
It's not.
It's not.
Not the, sorry, just Commissioner Farmy. The violations from the inspections
Mhm.
are, but the complaints are not.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can go over them. So, there were, let's see, regarding parking in, the red zones and complaining that the security personnel would not, have, addressed those, people parking in the red zones immediately, right?
This Vice President Nash, how many were the parking complaints?
I have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, looks like were, had to do with parking.
Mhm.
Yes.
And this Commissioner Lim, when was the last parking complaint?
That would be August 17th, 2021.
And then the other 5?
Um,
Vice President Nash.
they were all in 2021 between July. There was 3 in July and 1 in August, 4 in July and 1 in August of 2021.
And what were they?
They were all about parking.
Well, you indicated that there were 7 related to parking.
Right. So those happened in 2021. The other 2, I'm sorry, it was April 15th, 2020. And so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that was, sorry, that's 6. 6 complaints about parking.
And then what were the other 6?
So we, out of the 12, there's 1, 2, 3. There's actually a total of 8. So, so 4 of those, we basically took out the duplicates. So we had a couple of, like I said, 3 of the complaints were duplicates. So we're not counting them in the 12. So out of the 12, 3 were duplicates, and 2 of them were not related to commercial cannabis activity.
All right.
So a total of 7 is what I'm left with.
I'm a little, this is Vice President Nash. I'm a little confused.
I apologize. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh,
Vice
please.
President Nash. I can provide a summary. I pulled up the memo in front of me.
Okay.
If that helps. We show that on April 15th, 2020, we received a complaint about people parking in the red zones. On March 21st, 2020, DCR received a complaint alleging that the operator was engaging in curbside delivery, which was during the pandemic, and that was something the DCC was authorizing. On July 21st, 2021, DCR received a complaint alleging marijuana odor, customers arguing over a parking space, and individuals other than local residents taking up parking spaces and or blocking driveways to homes within the area.
Excuse me, that's one complaint?
Correct.
Okay.
On July 19th, 26th, 27th of 2021, and August 17th, 2021. So this is 4 complaints. There were 3 of those complaints were related to parking issues, such as parking in the red zone or blocking driveways. And then the last complaint was closed, as Ms. Wiles mentioned, because it was unrelated to commercial cannabis activity. And then on May 2nd of 2024, DCR conducted the compliance check at the business premises, which was included in the report. I apologize for not including the complaints.
Thank you.
So this is Commissioner Lim. So the last complaint that you received was the one that was forwarded them July of 2020?
It was August 17th, 2021.
August, okay.
Yeah. So out of the 12, I'm sorry, there was 2, out of the 12, 2 were duplicates, and 2 were not related to commercial cannabis activity. So we're left with 8, which I went over and Jason went over.
Any other questions for department staff? Okay, thank you. Do we have Carlos De La Torre present?
We do.
Please approach the podium and state your relationship to the applicant. You will have 10 minutes total.
Good afternoon, members of the council. First, let me say thank you for the opportunity to address you and to talk to you a little bit about Cornerstone Research Collective. Afterwards, we can address some of the questions regarding those complaints. I was throwing for a little bit of a loop because it's the first time I'm hearing about that. Anyway, Cornerstone is one of the original legacy shops in the city of Los Angeles. We were established in 2007 as California's first science and research focused medical cannabis facility. For the first 2 years that we were in the city of Los Angeles, we poured ourselves into learning as much as we could about cannabis therapeutics, medicinal values of cannabis, which is something that supposedly all of the dispensaries were doing, but was quite conspicuously absent at that time. In 2009, as the proliferation of cannabis illicit dispensaries started, basically the city attorney's office, Jane Usher from the city attorney's office, and a couple of different members of the council, Jose Huizar and Dennis Zine. We invited them to come to Cornerstone so they could see how we were doing things, how we were different than every other dispensary. And because of those relationships, when they began rewriting the interim control ordinance, rewriting the 2007 interim control ordinance, they started asking our assistance in creating new language for the ICO that essentially is the foundation for all of the cannabis ordinances in the city today. In 2010, that new ICO was adopted, and which, essentially adopted a new regulatory framework to deal with the illicit dispensaries and also giving rights to patients at the time, because we were under the ICO for medicinal patients. Also in 2010, we became the first dispensary that started actually testing cannabis through our relationship with different laboratories and cultivators that we had back then. And we began probably what is known as today either the most extensive or one of the most extensive compassion programs in the state of California. Which included at the time, well, not at the time, but later on in 2014, highly concentrated forms of CBD oil that we were administering or giving to families. In 2012, as the proliferation of cannabis dispensaries continued, we began to realize that the tenor was changing. So there was a ban that was initially tried to be passed by the city council. So myself, Cornerstone, and a handful of other responsible dispensaries began writing and qualifying Los Angeles's first voter initiative on cannabis, Prop D, which was subsequently passed in 2013. That Prop D gave limited immunity from prosecution to the original dispensaries in Los Angeles. It also gave more regulatory framework and also gave more enforcement tools to the city to enforce against the illicit operators. That same year, we became the first dispensary in Southern California to sign a contract with the UFCW Local 770. So all of my employees, all 20 of my employees are members of the UFCW Local 770. All my full-time employees receive full medical insurance. And I also do a matching 401k plan for all the employees that work for us. We are Latino-owned business. Let's see what else I have here that I can tell you. So for the next couple of years, we continue doing our research on cannabis and cannabis properties. Essentially in 2024, end of 2024, through our relationship with Cal State San Bernardino and the research that we had been doing, and one of our employees was getting her PhD on the endocannabinoid system, we were able to receive an ICRS accreditation, which is essentially what that means. Hold on, let me put that in here because now I'm a little nervous and I'm forgetting some of my stuff here. Sorry, an IRB, Institutional Review Board accreditation. So what that stands for, what that means is any kind of like research that you do, any surveys that you take, if it's done under the auspices of an IRB, then it actually becomes publishable data. So we had a program of about 900 or so of our patients at the time that were participants in this program. It was enabling us to really learn a lot about terpene profiles and cannabis strains and how those like cannabis strains and terpene profiles affect different kinds of medical conditions, namely anxiety, sleep disorders, and pain management. So also in 2015, that year, LA Weekly essentially added cannabis dispensaries to their prestigious best of edition, and we were named the best dispensary in Los Angeles. Once legalization came, things started to change a little bit, but we continued doing all the research that we've been doing. I think that we're one of the leading dispensaries in the city of Los Angeles. Continue to do our research today. When legalization was coming, we got together with another group of responsible dispensary owners and helped to write, qualify, and pass Measure M, which was a tax measure that sort of like bolted on to legalization that was coming because our Prop D initiative was basically sunsetting. So we needed to create another ordinance that gave priority licensing to the people that have been doing things the right way, like us. And also it instituted a new tax measure for the Office of Finance to continue to tax cannabis businesses. And it gave more enforcement tools again, which, the city promptly ignored again. And basically, that brings us to today. If I could address a little bit, a couple of things. All of my employees have to participate in 2 separate yearly accreditation programs through Dr. Sulak. It's a cannabis, scientific cannabis accreditation program. So everyone that works for Cornerstone has to do 2 separate accreditation programs, and there are monthly updates that we do online. If you ask anyone in the city of Los Angeles, they'll tell you. For the last 2 years, we were voted the best dispensary in Southern California by the Emerald Cup, which is kind of like the cannabis, Golden Globes, basically, jury of our peers. And so we've tried to do everything the right way for the last 17 years. We've been leaders, we've been partners with the city, we work with the city. And, I'd like to say that anytime anything comes up, we always address it in a, quick fashion. So, if I could address quickly about the parking thing, like we were saying, that was during the pandemic. We were one of the only dispensaries to close our doors. So the parking lot became the area where people were lining up and standing outside. We had one disgruntled neighbor who was a police officer from Glendale that, he just didn't like us. So he just continued to complain. We went and addressed that issue immediately. We went to his house. We wrote him a letter. I have copies of that letter that I could show you. And you just can't please everyone. But if you kind of go back and you look at the record there, you'll see that was 2021, and it's all essentially parking related or like an odor complaint, which I didn't know about either. Had we known, we would have discussed it, addressed it, and it wouldn't have been an issue. But he didn't really want to talk to us. He was trying to rally some of the other neighbors on the block on Live Oak View, which he wasn't able to do. Many of them are customers of ours, so they kind of gave us a heads up about this. And like I said, I tried to address it with him, but I don't know. Anyway, I'm here today, and like I said, I'm a partner with the city. I have been for 17 years, and we like to do things the right way, and we're here helping the community as much as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and for your advocacy in the industry. You haven't been in the complaint portal since 2021. To what do you attribute that to?
Well, like I said, that was during COVID. We closed our doors for the safety of our staff and for the safety of our customers. We're a small shop. We're 1,600 square feet, so it's not a big space. So we decided to go to a curbside pickup. We continued to, write the state and ask for a continuance on the ability to do that. And so, I imagine when the complaints came in, they were seeing like a ton of people all of a sudden, like out front to the average person. All of a sudden, it seems like we're doing a ton more business or something, and there's 1 million people there. When in reality is we were doing less business. It's just that everyone was outside.
And in your case, the curbside was actually your parking lot and not necessarily a surface street.
Yes, for the most part, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And by the way, that red area that's along, we petitioned the city, actually the landlady of our building petitioned the city 3 years ago. And it's turned now that whole area has become a 15-minute parking area for us. So that's probably part of the issue, the resolution of the issue at this point.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioners, any questions?
This is Commissioner Lim. You had an inspection on this property on May 2nd, 2024. Have you fixed these citations?
We have
violations.
There were 3 minor violations. Well, I don't know if you consider them minor. The first one is the one that.
It's
everyone sees-
designated as minor, so.
Yeah, it's, the first one is the one that everyone seems to have, because I think no one really knew that you were supposed to have the number on the card, on the name card, so that's been fixed. The second one, which is another one that I didn't realize, that your drive that holds all of the information from the cameras has to be in a locked security box, which ours wasn't, but we've now subsequently fixed that, and I have, documents to prove that we bought everyone, we put one in there. And the last one was, I think it was a syncing issue. It's really, it sounds like a big deal metric, but it was one one product that what it said we had 24 and we really only had 23. And we figured out later that it was a syncing issue with metric so that was resolved as well.
What does Commissioner Lynn, what do you mean by syncing issue?
There's always like a weird timeline when products go in and out of inventory, or someone's bought it, or maybe it's gone to the floor and it was still, in the back, or, there's a I don't know, it could have been just like they showed up at a time when things were, in flux.
So timing issue, item could have been sold
Yeah,
or something
exactly.
like that. Okay, understood. Thank you.
And I think that
You know,
happens a lot.
I'm sorry, this is President Mason. I think you meant sync as in SYNC syncing as opposed to. 'Cause initially, I thought he meant SINKING as well,
Right,
but yeah.
okay.
Oh, yeah, no, syncing between metric and our inventorying system.
Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners?
This is Vice President Nash. I thank you for your explanation in the detail that you provided regarding the parking. And for the record, and for anybody who's listening, that's why it's so important that the applicant be here. And so you turned a negative into very much a positive, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. We've been trying to do that our entire history.
Thank you. Commissioner Farmby?
I have nothing at this time.
Okay.
You want to ask me about my security?
No.
All right, good. Right on.
Commissioners, is there any deliberation on this item? Okay. Is there a motion?
This is Vice President Nash for item number 18, DCR core record number 101766. Applicant Cornerstone Research Collective at the business premises of 2551 West Colorado Boulevard. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated May 10, 2024.
Thank you. Is there a second?
This is Commissioner Lynn, my second there.
Thank you, Mr. Vizo. Please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, guys. Say hi to Mario. We've been friends for 30 years.
That's a lot. Don't do it yourself.
Thank you for being here, Commissioner Farmby.
Thank you.
Commissioner Farmby has departed and Commissioner Melendez has rejoined the meeting. We are now on item number 15, BCR core record number 100070. This is a request from Valley Holistic Caregivers Incorporated to approve an annual license for a 644.76 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 1038 North Western Avenue. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from staff.
Good evening. My name is Brea, and I will present item number 15 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 100070 is associated with Valley Holistic Caregivers Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR on March 19th, 2019. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10000560-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through August 12th, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the social equity program. The business premises is located at 1038 through 1040 Western Avenue, Los Angeles, California, 90023, a parcel zone for commercial purposes. The business is located in the Hollywood Community Plan area with Council District 13. On or about April 19th, 2024, DCR provided the notice of community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on May 9th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. One public comment was provided in favor of the applicant. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Rocky Wiles, Division Chief of the Compliance and Enforcement Division, is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location.
And Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director, just before Rocky starts, there were several complaints received about unlicensed commercial cannabis activity. This is a phase 1 business, which was licensed from January 1st of 2018. So we found that none of those complaints were substantiated.
Beat me to the punch. Good afternoon, commissioners. This is Rocky Wiles with the Compliance and Enforcement Division for DCR. As Jason mentioned, for 1038 through 1040 Northwestern Avenue, yes, we do have several complaints about illegal cannabis activity. Those complaints were also forwarded to the state. The state looked into it, and actually they issued their license after receiving the complaint. So they were not substantiated. Other complaints had to do with loud noise in the parking lot and people smoking cannabis in the parking lot. That was back in 2019, or 2020, sorry, 2020. That was the last complaint in 2020, was about the excessive loud noise in the parking lot. Staff conducted a compliance inspection on May 2nd. They found 5 deficiencies on site. Starting with the neighborhood liaison contact information was missing. Their ID badges lacking the DCR core number or the license number. They do need to get an alarm permit from the police commission. And they need to put up some signs about, no loitering, no public drinking, or, for the public on the premises.
Rocky, this is Emily Wada. Would you mind if we put a brief pause while President Mason has excused herself to, I think, to go get a tissue? Just so she could be here for the entire presentation, and then I was hoping she could hear me. Wow. I think she's closed the door.
I apologize. Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Wiles?
Well, I wasn't done. We just stopped.
Oh.
I was waiting for you to come back.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Would you like me to start with the deficiencies? I don't know if you heard them all. It was 5.
I didn't hear them all. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
It's okay. Neighborhood liaison contact information was missing from the public view. ID badge is missing the DCR license number. They need to obtain an alarm system from the police commission. They need to put up signs for the no loitering, public drinking, or public smoking / consumption of cannabis on the premises. That sign needs to be posted. And they need to start maintaining training records for employees. They don't have any of the training records. The NTC was issued on May 7th with a compliance date of June 7th.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Wiles? No questions?
Ms. Commissioner Melendez, Rocky, to date, have you had any response of the compliance for any of these 5 violations?
We have not.
Hmm.
I have, no.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have speaker cards here for, I am going to, okay, for Chase Kaufman and Mr. Andrew, last name begins with a U. I'm not going to attempt to pronounce that. Thank you. State your names for the record, your relationship to the applicant, and you will share the 10 minutes between you.
My name is Chase Kaufman. I am the Chief Executive Officer of Valley Holistic Caregivers Incorporated.
My name is Andrew Varnoki. I'm one of the owners and co-founders of the company.
First off, I'm a little bit disappointed that the Neighborhood Council didn't issue a letter in support. They did in fact vote to support our granting of the annual license when I was present at their meeting this Monday. Also, I'd like to state that we've been in business since 2006. We've been at this location since 2018, as was noted. And ironically, there were a number of complaints that I was not aware of that there was unlicensed cannabis activity at our location, because in fact there are many unlicensed activities around us consistently, and even still to this day, in the immediate walking vicinity from our shop. We just happen to not be one of them. I'd also like to state that we, as a company, take very good care of our employees. I personally have been at this company since September of 2022. And since then, all of the people that are in management positions, except for one, have been promoted from within the company. We also offer incentives and reimbursement for any continuing education that anybody would like to pursue. And we provide also other very significant benefits, such as vehicle reimbursements and telecom reimbursements for our managers and our salaried employees. With regard to some of these or all of the deficiencies, most of them have been addressed. We haven't issued a response yet because my intention was to send one communication indicating that all of them have in fact been addressed. The identification cards are in the process currently of simply being reprinted with the city, with our DCR license number. Our state license number was present. All of the other required information was present on the ID badges. There was no other issue. The community liaison sign is already up. The reason we actually don't have the other sign for the no loitering or consumption of cannabis is that we first made the community ambassador signs, and then we had an issue with our laminator. So those will be produced shortly and posted shortly. As far as record retention, we have now gone through and have training records for all of our staff. So that has been addressed. And the last item I believe then that leaves open is the alarm permit, and that is something we'll be addressing in the coming week, after which time there should be an email indicating the correction of all of these items.
Thank you. So you're saying that it is your intent to have all of these items rectified by, let's say, close of business next Friday or within 7 business days?
That's my expectation. That will depend on how long it takes to get the alarm permit. That's something I'm simply not familiar with. So with the exception of the timing of the alarm permit, because that will, I think, depend on the police department issuing it. So barring a delay on their part, all the other items that are entirely under our control should be taken care of within 1 week. Again, most of them already are.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions regarding any of the items that you'd like me to address? And then I'll just speak more about the business itself. I know that we've strived to remain a positive impact on the community. Prior to COVID, there was an after-school program across the street from us where we had donated school supplies for a couple of years to that. We do also do an annual non-perishable food drive where we incentivize our clients to bring in non-perishable items that they actually get discounts for bringing in, the percentage point for each item they bring in. So that's one of the other ways we give back to the community. We also cooperate very closely with the LAPD, and I've personally identified a vehicle for them that they were not able to, that was part of a hit and run. Sorry, I'm going off of memory here. I didn't bring notes. Other businesses have relied on this for our security footage. We far exceed the minimum requirements for the quality of video and the number of cameras on our premises. And so we've provided footage to our neighbors and, of course, to law enforcement on various items at various times. Since I know security is often a question, we have a 24-hour guard or multiple guards. Our business is we have a guard on site 24 hours a day that also monitor our extensive camera system.
Thank you.
Of course.
This is Vice President Nash. You mentioned earlier about illegal dispensaries in the area. Do you report them to the police and act as the squeaky wheel and try to do something about that?
We do. Unfortunately, it has backfired on us a few times. The illegal dispensaries will then have representatives in front of their shops even after they're closed, handing out directions to their new locations. And because I have also gone to those locations to see what's happened in the aftermath, we've had them we've had them leave us negative Google and Yelp reviews. We've actually have Yelp reviews where somebody tells people to not support, I'll just paraphrase, not support the legal businesses, but just support your illicit shop down the street.
Thank you. Very unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that.
There has been retaliation. There has been retaliation at times.
Yes, definitely.
Any other questions?
If there are no other questions, then I'll cede the rest of our time.
Okay, thank you. I don't think there are any. Any deliberations on this item, commissioners? Okay, is there a motion?
This is Commissioner Lim. I make a motion that in regards to item number 15, DCR core record number 100070 for the business located at 1038 to 1040 Northwestern Avenue, that we approve the license without modifications or conditions.
This is Commissioner Melendez, I second.
This is Emily Water, City Attorney's Office. Commissioner Lim, I believe the requested actions also include a CEQA determination. So perhaps you could amend your motion just to adopt their.
Yes, I'll adopt
Thank
the staff report.
Could you restate your second, please?
This is Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. The time is 6:12. We will take a 10-minute recess at this. Okay,
Hold on one second. Okay, we're good.
ladies and gentlemen, the time is 6:28 and we are reconvening. We are on item 16. DCR core record number 100609. This is a request from Piece of Green Incorporated to approve an annual license for a 1,952 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 1155 East Pico Boulevard. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No.
Thank you. At this time, we'll hear from staff.
Good evening. My name is Brea, and I will present item number 16 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 100609 is associated with Piece of Green Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of March 19th, 2019. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-0000616-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through September 15th, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 1149 through 1155 East Pico Boulevard, a parcel zoned for light manufacturing purposes. The applicant is an existing medical marijuana dispensary. Pursuant to the Los Angeles Municipal Code, Section 10503B, and EMMD shall not be subject to the zone, distance, and sensitive use restrictions stated in LAMC Section 10502 until after December 31st, 2025, on the condition that the EMMD operates and continues to operate in compliance with the distance and sensitive use restrictions. The business is located in the Central City Community Plan area within Council District 14. On or about April 19th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on May 9th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. One public comment was provided in favor of the applicant. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Any questions for the department? Okay, I do not have a speaker card.
President Mason, I have 3 raised hands on the virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Caller with phone number ending in 7423. Please state your name and your relationship to the applicant.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Please state your name and your relationship to the applicant.
Hi, it's the wrong item. I'm waiting for item 23. I apologize.
Okay, I will put you back on the queue. Caller with phone number ending in 9983, please state your name and your relationship to the applicant.
Excuse me. Could not catch that one.
Good afternoon, Honorable Commission. My name is Latasha Bonaparte of Enzo Law, and I'm here on behalf of Piece of Green, or POG.
Thank you. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. POG is a Phase 1 pre-ICO with city and state license for retail dispensary, cultivation, manufacturing, and distribution operations operating at its current location since 2014 at 1155 East Pico Boulevard, Los Angeles, California, in the heart of Los Angeles. As an existing medical marijuana dispensary in Los Angeles, POG has operated with the mission of providing safe and compliant cannabis to its patients and clients for over the past 9 years. Since its inception, POG has developed meaningful relationship with its clientele and has ensured that its operations follow strict guidelines to ensure full compliance and quality customer experience for its patrons. To date, POG has not received a single complaint about its operation from the city or state regulators. POG has also applied itself on its efforts to complement and enhance the quality of life in the surrounding neighborhood. Every effort has been made to ensure maximum security and to proactively prevent any potential nuisance concerns. We ask that this commission adopt DCR's recommendation to approve the annual license, as POG has met all the conditions required for an annual license, and there are no facts or circumstances that exist to deny this annual license pursuant to Section 10404. Thank you.
President Mason, I do see another caller on the queue. Would you like me to call on them?
Yes.
I will place Ms. Latasha on hold. Caller with phone number ending in 3929, please state your name and your relationship to the applicant.
Hello, excuse me.
Yes.
Yes, Commission. My name is Efren Gonzalez. I'm the CEO of Piece of Green, and I was told to, I guess, stand by and answer any questions you guys have for me.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant at this time? Well, Mr. Green, thank you for being available. There are no questions for you.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any deliberations on this item? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion?
This is Commissioner Lim. In regards to item number 16, DCR core record number 1006609 for the business premise located at 1155 East Pico Boulevard, I make a motion to adopt staff recommendation.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 17, DCR core record number 101756. This is a request from the Van Nuys Group LLC to approve an annual license for a 4,950 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 8311 Beverly Boulevard. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected representatives?
No.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from staff.
Good evening. My name is Brea, and I will present item number 17 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 101756 is associated with the Van Nuys Group LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of March 19th, 2019. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C1000000537-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site commercial cannabis activity, which is active through August 4th, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 8311 West Beverly Boulevard, a parcel zoned for commercial purposes. The business is located in the Wilshire Community Plan area within Council District 5. On or about April 19th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on May 9th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. There was one public comment in support of the applicant being granted an annual license and no written comments. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements for the categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That includes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Any deliberations on this item? All righty, do we have a motion?
For item number 17, DCR Core Record number 101756, applicant the Van Nuys Group LLC for the premises located at 8311 West Beverly Boulevard. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated May 10, 2024.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We are now on to item 19. That is DCR Core Record number 101769. This is a request from Holistic Healing Alternatives Incorporated to approve an annual license for a 4,809.1 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility.
President Mason?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we didn't call on the applicant
On the last matter.
on item number 17.
Sorry. Oh, you're right. Sorry. Applicant, are you present?
I'm sorry, can you reopen the item?
If you don't need.
I
just wanted to
I think you should, yeah, I think you need to recall and then withdraw the motion that was just passed in lieu of,
I'm sorry, that's my
I forget.
mistake. Okay, so we are going to, recall item 18, DCR core record number 101766.
It's 17.
Item 17.
I'm sorry,
Number
I've gone
17.
ahead. Thank you. So, thank you for the correction. We are recalling item 17, DCR core record number 101756, a request from the Van Nuys Group to approve an annual license for a 4,950 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 8311 West Beverly Boulevard. And at this time, we will hear from the applicant's representative.
I think you also need to withdraw the motion that just passed or ask for, maybe rather, a motion to withdraw.
A motion to withdraw.
This is Vice President Nash. I make a motion to withdraw the prior motion approving agenda item number 17.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do
Aye.
you vote? President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Okay. Okay, we are reconsidering item number 17, DCR core record number 101756, which is the request from the Van Nuys Group LLC to approve an annual license for a 4,950 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 8311 West Beverly Boulevard. We will not hear from neighborhood council or elected office reps. We will not have the department re-present on this matter. We will, however, call the applicant to the podium at this time. And you will have 10 minutes. And Lauren Fontaine, please approach the podium. State your name and the relationship for the to the applicant.
Good evening, commissioners. I am Lauren Fontaine. I'm Chief Compliance Officer for the Artistry, which is the DBA for the Van Nuys Group LLC. I did also submit a slide deck, but I know we're all, anxious to be done. So I'm just going to go through this really quickly. We're a pre-ICO business. We've been operating since 2006. We've been at this location since 2015, and I've actually been with the company since 2009. So we have a long history of being responsible operators in the community. And we rebranded our store in 2021 to the Artistry. So we were previously the Green Easy. And being in LA and seeing all the dispensaries in the area, we wanted to do something really unique for the community. So we decided to create a store that was an art gallery in addition to being a dispensary. So in our location, we have artwork on display from local artists, and it's all for sale. And we also have several other locations. We have one more in LA, one in West Hollywood, and a few others throughout the state. So I just showed them here. We have, as I mentioned, we have our art exhibits. We have a very upscale look. This is the exterior of the building, and the other images are from the interior. We're known as being a very diverse company. We provide personalized consultations. We have a track record of being known as standing out from other dispensaries because of our unique business model, but because also we have stellar customer service and a very welcoming atmosphere. And if you want to, so we have, a track record of having no compliance issues or security issues. If you want to just go to the next slide, we have 24-hour on-site security. This is our general manager, Paloma. She's been with us for many years. We have a lot of other security features, and we also work very closely with the community. So we do donation drives. We donate a portion of our sale proceeds to all of the organizations that you see there. We've been doing this for many years. We're very happy to be in this city and operating. So thank you to everyone here for all your hard work.
Oh, thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Fontaine?
This is Vice President Nash. No questions, but a comment. Beautiful presentation and beautiful dispensaries. So congratulations.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay, now is there a motion?
This is Vice President Nash regarding Item number 17, DCR Core Record number 101756. Applicant, the Van Nuys Group LLC. For the premises located at 8311 West Beverly Boulevard. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated May 10, 2024.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 19, DCR Core Record number 101769. This is a request from Holistic Healing Alternative Incorporated to approve an annual license for a 4,809.1 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 2950 West Los Feliz Boulevard. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this matter?
No.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from staff.
Good evening. My name is Brea, and I will present item number 19 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 101769 is associated with Holistic Healing Alternative Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of March 19th, 2019. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-00000549-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through August 8th, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 2950 West Los Feliz Boulevard, Unit 100, Los Angeles, California, 90039, a parcel zone for neighborhood commercial purposes. The business is located in the northeast Los Angeles Community Plan area within Council District 13. On or about April 19th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on May 9th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were 42 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. The oral and written comments provided by the public were in favor of the applicant. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC 10404. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Rocky Wiles, Division Chief of the Compliance and Enforcement Division, is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rocky Wiles with the Compliance and Enforcement Division for DCR. On item 19 at 2950 West Los Feliz Boulevard, Unit 100. There was one complaint that was received earlier this year, in February of last year, 2023, but it had nothing to do with our regulations. It was basically a dispute between the manager and the customer who wanted to return a product and wasn't happy that the manager was not accepting the customer's reasons for that request to return the product. And that was the only complaint on this property. We conducted a compliance inspection on May 2nd. We found 8 deficiencies, starting with the licensee doesn't have the neighborhood liaison information prominently displayed to be viewed by the public. there were several employees badges that we observed did not have the DCR record. There was also, though, I do think that it wasn't just the DCR record. I believe that some of the employees were not wearing the employee badges. So yeah, they're supposed to wear their employee badges. Also, they did not have the patron code of conduct visibly displayed for the public. As far as the security measures, we found that the video surveillance system was behind about an hour and a half. So they do have to correct that. The timestamp on the video surveillance was off. In addition to that, they don't have, the sign in and sign out procedure for visitors, and vendors. As I mentioned earlier, that's a separate requirement than the requirement for the customers to show their ID before they enter the premises. In addition to that, they also need to keep track, and they have to have a log to track non-employees going into limited access areas. They don't have that. They need to post no loitering signs, no loitering, public drinking or public smoking or consumption for the public. And the last deficiency violation is that they are providing curbside delivery. They have big tents in the parking lot that advertise curbside delivery. So that is a violation of our current regulations. But as we said before, we are looking into downgrading that one regulation. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Wiles, commissioners?
This is Commissioner Lim. In regards to the 8th violation, the report that we have here says licensee does not maintain employee training records. It doesn't make reference to the curbside pickup.
Are we on flow students?
Yes, I'm in number 19.
Okay. Yeah. Let me take a look at that report. Give me a minute. I'm sorry, the report I'm looking at has exactly what my memo to the licensing division. What page are you referring to, Commissioner?
I'm referring to page 3.
Mhm.
It tracked the 7 violations that you mentioned. But the 8th one was employee training records and not the curbside pickup.
Oh, okay, that is my mistake. My bad. That's what I had in my memo. However, the notice, what I read to you was the notice. Yeah, that should be, that's not part of the NTC. That is an error on my part. So what I was reading to you from was from the actual notice to correct that we issued. So it was curbside delivery is the 8 deficiency, and I will go ahead and correct that for the record. I'll go ahead and correct that. But that's yeah, number 8 is incorrect on the staff report, and on my memo it should be the curbside delivery.
Okay, and then in regards to violation, this Commissioner Lim, in regards to violation number 4, this also states that the media storage device was not in a locked and secured area.
That is true. Yes, that is also, it was an hour and a half behind, and yeah, there needs to be in a secured locked area.
Okay, thank you.
This is Commissioner Melendez. Have they come back to you with their level of compliance?
If you give me a second, I can tell you real time. As far as I know, I met with my staff yesterday. They had not, but I have not looked today. I don't see anything from.
Thank you.
And this Commissioner Lim, is 8 violations considered to be a lot of violations in regards to an inspection that was done?
My staff said that there was, out of all the inspections that we did for this, commission meeting, they were the most that we found. Especially because, the surveillance system was off. There's not in a locked, area. Nobody was wearing badges. They do have a little bit more to do than I think our typical, applicants. Not to say that they can't, right? I mean, I'm just, being honest as
No,
far as
this-
what's in front of you today.
Yeah, there's Commissioner Lim, they all seem to be minor and administrative operation areas that could be easily fixed.
Where there's a will, there's a way. I will say that.
Okay. So I just wanted to be clear that we have a correction to the staff report.
Yes.
Okay, and can we restate that correction?
Yes, so item number 8, on page, let's see, on page 3. Should not, it's currently states licensee does not maintain employee training records. It should read, licensee is engaging in curbside, delivery.
Okay, thank you.
And Jason Klein, Assistant Executive Director, for the record. As stated in other items, that is one of the regulations that the city and the state are not in alignment on. So we have pending regulatory changes to remove the prohibition of curbside pickup. So we have downgraded that penalty.
Okay.
So it's a minor penalty and it will be removed on a go-forward basis in the next month or so.
Understood. Any other questions from Ms. Wiles, commissioners?
This is Commissioner Melendez. So Rocky, so the records, was that a violation or was that incorrect?
That was incorrect. That is not a violation.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay. I think we're done with you. Thank you, Ms. Wiles.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
We have Elizabeth Caffrey here.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Caffrey.
Please state your relationship to the applicant and you will have 10 minutes to address the
President
commission.
Mason, before we get started, we also have a raised hand, and I believe it's.
Yeah, Lisa Seelan is on the line as our general counsel, cannabis regulations.
Will she be speaking on the item also?
She will be. Do you want to
Okay, so-
take her first? Because she's on the East Coast.
Okay, let me call on her. Caller with phone number ending in 5535. Please state your name and your relationship to the applicant.
Hi, this is Lisa Seelan. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, great. Hi. First of all, I want to thank the commission and the DCR for doing this. I know that side of the country, it's 7 o'clock, and this has been going on for a long time. So I do appreciate all of your hard work. And I know you guys are all volunteers on the commission, so we do appreciate you sitting here and listening to all this. So thank you very much. I believe, and Liz will definitely confirm this, that the majority of all of these have already been corrected and that there will be corrections sent if they already haven't been. And I'm not going to speak for her, but I'll let her speak when she does. And the curbside, as we know, is definitely something that the state allows, and now the city is going to look into that. So that's no longer an issue. But the infractions of these businesses that have been operating since 2014, this is an EMMD. They, again, have been in existence since 2007. And this particular location has been there since 2014. And they have done everything that they can to make sure that they are in full compliance with all the city and state ordinances and rules and regulations, including paying all their taxes to the CDTFA and to the city and entering into whatever kind of plans they can to make sure they're always in compliance with everything. With regard to some of the infractions with badges and record numbers, there's been a lot of confusion about record numbers because The original license numbers were different given by the DCR when they went to the annuals. So some of the applicants might not have updated their record numbers, and that might be some of the problems some of the applicants tonight have had. But I know as they're getting inspected for the first time in 6 years of operation, they're learning some of the things they need to correct, and all of them are definitely eager to get their annuals and will do everything they can to make sure they're always in full compliance with all the city and state regulations. So I do believe that this applicant is definitely worthy of getting an annual license, and I appreciate the commission in approving this license tonight. And I'll hand it over to Liz.
Thank you. As Lisa said, we have been there for 10 years. June will be our 10-year anniversary. We do anything and everything we can for our community, our neighborhood. We actually had a fully transparent toy drive this past year with Children's Hospital of LA, which was amazing because normally we would do drives and donations and then just have to drop it off and not really get the credit as a cannabis business. We have full security, 2 or 3 guards a day, 2 on a slower day, 3 on a busier day. We have a 24-hour night guard. We do go above and beyond on the camera system. It was in a cupboard. It is now in a locked cupboard inside our safe room. All of the infractions that were noted have been fixed. Lisa will get the photo proof. I did have to print some outdoor signs because we have a very large parking lot. And I went ahead and made a couple of them to place around our building and the facility. We even printed some in Armenian, which is our neighborhood customer, because a lot of the smoking and things like that are from them. And so I wanted to make sure that everyone could understand the rules. We haven't had any security issues. Our neighborhood council, most of them are our patients or customers nowadays. And yeah, we hope to continue to be a great part of the city of LA and that you approve our license.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
This is Vice President Nash. 3 of the deficiencies are related to not having proper signs posted. And, you know, I try to distinguish between not knowing that you need to comply and not being willing to comply. And I was just wondering if you can speak to why is it that those things weren't posted?
We didn't know the specifics that they had to be outdoors in the building. We're in a shared medical building. We had a sign inside our store for our customers and patients to see, but I wasn't aware that I was to know or try to control people that are going to the dentist upstairs or the chiropractor or things like that. But as the highest paying tenant in the building, I do normally take control as a building manager role sometimes. And we went and spoke to all the neighbors and everyone agreed that all the signs and everything were welcomed, as they do welcome our security and all the extra measures that we take being there in the building.
Thank you. That definitely applies to item number 7, the no loitering public drinking sign. 2 of the deficiencies were indoor, not having the neighborhood liaison contact information, and
Patron code of conduct.
let's see.
Number 3.
Oh, thank
Not
you.
having the patron code of conduct. Could you address those two discrepancies as well?
Yes, we did not have a neighborhood liaison sign. We did recently open a store in South LA, and my name and number was definitely on the outside of that building, being that we were in more contact with the DCR opening that store. Unfortunately, that store didn't last very long, but this is our original location, and it was just a fault of mine to not have it out there. It is out there now. And then the patron, we also were unaware that any vendor or someone coming into our facility was to sign in and out and state their reason for visit.
That's a little different.
Oh.
This is the patron code of conduct. It's just that your customers have to also comply with certain rules.
Medical patients sign an agreement, but recreational patients just come in with the proper identification. So in prior years, when everyone was medical, everyone agreed to all our rules and regulations. As I said, we do have a sign inside saying, no loitering, keep your items in the bag till you get to your car, that kind of stuff. But it wasn't a large sign, and it wasn't not posted outside as well. But it is now.
Currently posted?
Yes.
Thank you.
So when you open your store, here's
Commissioner.
Commissioner Lim. In 2014, when you opened your store, how many of these regulations were in effect in regards to posting of signs?
We had the Prop 64 sign and the warning of carcinogens and things like that, but we were unaware of the other, and we've always had no loitering in respect for our neighbors. And we've always posted no smoking, no drinking signs in the parking lot, just because we didn't want to encourage people lingering around and doing things that we would be responsible for somehow. But into the specific language, we just were unaware until we had our first visit the week before last. 0. Oh, 0. Okay. We try to, do whatever we can that we think is common sense.
In 2014, there was no regulations.
Okay. Well, we still tried. We still try.
I was trying to get this Commissioner Lin, I was trying to lead you on.
Okay. Sorry. My hunger is getting to my brain.
Thank you. Commissioners, anything else? Okay. Any deliberations on this item?
Well, I think there is, as mentioned, even though there is a 8 different violations and a lot of these are posting areas, it does seem like she was penalized because in 2014, they didn't have any of these rules and regulations. Nothing was there. This was the first inspection that she had. And now she's aware of it, and we have representation that all of them has been taken care of.
Okay, understood.
Like minor violations that they're working on, I think that's fine.
Yeah. We've been meaner for worse, so.
Yes, we have.
I appreciate it.
You are welcome. On that note, is there a motion?
This is Commissioner Lim in regards to item number 19, DCR core record number 101-769. I make a motion for the business located at 2950 West Las Feliz Boulevard. I make a motion to approve the amended staff report as amended at today's hearing.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Commissioner Moniz, I second.
Okay, Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We are on to item 20, DCR Core Record Number 101782. This is a request from California Care Consultation Incorporated to approve an annual license for a 19,000 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 2038 Sacramento Street. Mr. Rizzo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No.
At this time, we will hear from staff.
Good evening. My name is Brea, and I will present item number 20 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 101782 is associated with California Consultation Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of March 19th, 2019. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10000559-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through August 12th, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 2038 East Sacramento Street, a parcel zoned for heavy industrial purposes. The business is located in the Central City North Community Plan area within Council District 14. On or about April 19th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the Community Meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on May 9th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. There were no comments neither for nor against this application. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons listed in LAMC Section 10404. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements for the categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Any questions for staff, commissioners?
This is Vice President Nash. The report on page 2 says that the applicant has not provided proof to the DCR that it contacted the nearest neighborhood council. Is that correct or is that a mistake?
That is correct.
Is that a requirement?
The ordinance requires the applicant to reach out within 10 days of receiving their notice of complete application. But it doesn't actually have any recourse or penalty if they fail to reach out. So we just note it here in the staff report.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, this is Commissioner Lim. We're on number 20, right? Yes.
Yes.
The staff report that I have here says that the virtual community meeting was held on May 9, 2024.
That's
This is
different.
This is Vice President Nash. I'm referring to the reaching out to the neighborhood council.
Oh, I see. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, hearing none. Any deliberation on this item?
There's no
I'm
applicant.
sorry. I'm sorry, because I just keep doing that.
Well, we do not have a speaker card for this
We don't.
item.
Is there anyone on the online?
There is a number, but there's no raised hand.
Okay.
If anyone on the virtual call is representing this item, please dial *9. It might be for a different item.
So we don't have a representative here from Care California Consultation. Okay, thank you. I'll just reiterate what was said earlier. Our commission is sensitive to attendance. We like to see people here. Now, is there any deliberation?
I agree with what you said. It's always great to have them here. But as I review the report, I don't see any complaints against this applicant. It's good for them because then, of course, we all like to ask them questions. Except for what Commissioner Nash came up with was there's no reach out to the neighborhood council, which lets us know that, makes us ponder the question, are they really neighborhood friendly? And are they keep an eye out for the neighborhood? So that would be my only, source of contention would be the fact that that they have not reached out to their neighborhood council.
Okay.
This Commissioner Lim, is there a notice that we provide to the applicant in regards to the deficiency in regards to getting notice from the neighborhood council?
This is Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director. No, Commissioner Lim, there's not. When we send the notice of complete application, we notify them that they're supposed to contact the neighborhood council and offer to appear within 10 business days. We do ourselves email the neighborhood councils when we send out those notices to let them know, and then provide them with a link to the posted notice on the department's website. And we do ask all applicants to submit evidence of offering to appear before the neighborhood council. And unfortunately, this applicant did not submit that evidence, nor did they identify a speaker for their agenda item today.
So this is Commissioner Melendez, Jason. So the so you guys sent that out to the neighborhood council, but so they are aware that this applicant was looking to do business in their neighborhood. But I didn't see any complaints. So is it safe to say that they were okay with it from the fact that there's
Not at all. Not at all. There are instances where a neighborhood council may not be able to meet on an item to discuss it because they don't have quorum. So, but since no one's here, we don't really know what the situation is, but I would not recommend assuming that silence is acceptance in this case.
Noted.
To me, it seems, while I hate continuances.
You do?
Our list is gonna get longer and longer. I believe this is one where we should notify the applicant of the, give us proof of the contact of the neighborhood council and see if they can give us an explanation at the next and continue this and see what the response is.
I could make a motion.
Well, I mean, I hear what you're saying. There's a lot going on here and some unanswered questions and concerns about whether or not this is a good community partner. And
I mean, it's a 19,000 square foot
it's a
facility.
pretty huge facility. I
That was
have
a
no
question I
clue
was
where
gonna ask.
2038 Sacramento Street is.
So it's not like a small little thing,
No. So,
So this Commissioner Lim, in regards to these item number 20, DCR core record number 101782, for the business located at 203A Sacramento Street. I move that we continue this application for 30 days for them to give us an explanation.
We need to pick a specific date.
Oh,
The June 20th date would be at least 30 days from today's meeting.
continue this to June 20th and notify the applicant of our concern in regards to failure to provide proof of contacting the nearest neighborhood council.
Commissioner Lim, this is Emily Wada. Just to be clear, your motion then includes a commission action to actually send a notice to the applicant, or would you rather have it just a continuance for 30 days to the 6/20 meeting so that DCR can reach out to the applicant?
Just to be safe, I think we should give notice to the applicant as to give us an explanation in regards to failure to give us proof.
Notice from the commission itself?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
This is Vice President Nash. I second the motion.
Thank you, Vice President. Mr. Rizzo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We are on to item 21, DCR Core Record number 310025. This is a request from 2000 South La Cienega and Hope LLC to approve an annual license for a 4,252 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 2000 South La Cienega Boulevard. Mr. Rizzo, are there any neighborhood council or elected representatives on this item?
No.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good evening. My name is Marissa Candelaria, and I will present item number 21 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core number 310025 is associated with 2000 South La Cienega and Hope LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales, commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of September 17, 2021. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-0000873-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through August 27, 2024. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 2000 South La Cienega Boulevard, Los Angeles, California, 90034, a parcel zoned for neighborhood commercial purposes. The business is located in the West Adams, Baldwin Hills, Leimert Community Plan area within Council District 10. On or about April 19, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on May 9, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. The oral and written comments provided by the public were against the applicant. General complaints referenced too many dispensaries being opened in the community as opposed to other types of needed business. Additionally, trash and property maintenance were also a complaint. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04.
Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff? Hearing no questions, is there any deliberation on this item?
You're gonna call it.
No, I keep doing that. Why is that? Why am I doing that today? I don't know. Do we have a representative on behalf of the applicant? I don't have a speaker
did you
card.
fill out
Did you
a speaker
complete a
card?
speaker card?
I did not.
Hang on just a moment.
My apologies. Good evening, President Mason and the commission members. I apologize for not having the card ready. This is my first time doing one of these. My name is Asia Allen. I am the sister and general manager of 2000 South La Cienega, and I'm here to represent La Cienega on the matter before you here today. We have operated our business in compliance with all applicable laws and regulations and agree with DCR's recommendation for approval of our annual retail license. We believe that our dedication to uphold the highest standards of operations and our commitment to compliance have been exemplary. As such, we ask that the commission grant our annual license to continue our efforts as a social equity retailer. Myself and my consultant are both here today and are available for any questions you may have.
Thank you for being here. Any questions for the applicant's representative?
This is Vice President Ash. The staff report indicates that you did not provide timely proof that you contacted the nearest neighborhood council and offered to appear before the council. Is that accurate?
So we opened up in 2021 and we have met with the neighborhood council upon opening. I have not since received anything from the neighborhood council, and I didn't know that it was like an ongoing sort of thing. I did have somebody, my community liaison, taking care of that for me. She's no longer with the company, so I think that we just sort of got into a miscommunication, or maybe I missed the communication with that. But since then, I haven't received any summons to go to any meetings for the neighborhood commission.
So this is President Mason. Hi.
Hi.
So it's our understanding that as part of the annual licensing application process, each applicant has an obligation to reach out to their neighborhood council and request to present to the neighborhood council, and the neighborhood council has the right of acceptance or refusal.
Right. So yeah, that was done when we first opened,
but not as a part of this process is what you're saying.
not as a part of this
Okay,
process.
thank you.
This is Commissioner Melendez. This is a question for Jason. I see that in this application, there's two people against. Do we have any information on that?
This is Commissioner Lim, I think in the staff report, it says one of the complaint was too many dispensaries around that area, which obviously is not her fault in regards to the other one is trash and property issues in that for that premises. That's what the staff report says.
Interesting.
Yeah, this just says two against. I just wasn't sure if that was separate.
This is President Mason. I am in that area frequently. I believe you're across the street from Whole Foods Market.
I'm right behind the Kaiser, right by the Firestone Tires and the Yum Yum Donuts. So on La Cienega and Guthrie.
Okay, it's not you. Never mind.
But again, this is Asia. I did want to speak to the trash complaint. I don't understand where that could come from. I am a very clean woman. I'm my property, and there's actually pictures from the I forget the name of this, from the communication, where they actually shows picture of my property, the front, the parking lot, the side. There's no trash anywhere in that photo that came from the Google photo. But that is a sort of a bad neighborhood. So there's bums, there's transients, there's vagabonds that are just sort of around the area. They spend the night there nightly and they trash up the place. We do our very best to keep our property clean for sure. So I mean, we'll do better, obviously. But it's the part of the neighborhood that we're in. It's really tough to keep the transients from sleeping on the bus stops right in front of the store and just leaving their baskets, their blankets, like literally their whole entire lives in front of our store sometimes. And we have to clean it up. Kaiser behind us takes, 4 and 5 bags at a time of trash from from Kaiser and bringing it to our stuff when they don't have any more trash, and they've left needles, all kinds of gloves, dirt, soiled things that I've had to go in to complain about. So we do our very best to keep it clean around there for sure. So I apologize for that, but we'll do better for sure.
So you're on the
We are
southeast corner.
southeast corner, exactly.
Okay,
Right
I
on the
can
corner.
picture it. I can picture it.
Right on the
And there is a bus stop there, and bus stops are notoriously filthy
They're
in
disgusting.
LA. The trash cans are always overrun.
We have to clean up after the transients 2 or 3 times a week, just
Mhm.
clean up their whole lives and and then they get mad at us. They say you moved our house.
Yeah.
Well, so yeah.
So this is Commissioner Lim. Were you present for the May 9, 2024 virtual community meeting?
I was not. I did not receive notice for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is Vice President Nash. Without making the commission's determination contingent upon it, would you be willing to reach out to the nearest neighborhood council
Absolutely. Already on that.
and then report to the department?
Absolutely.
Attorney?
1000%.
Okay, whether they request a meeting, if they do, what the results are.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant's representative? Any deliberation on this item? Okay, then, do we have a motion?
This is
Over to my right.
This is Vice President Nash. With regard to item number 21, DCR core record number 310025. The applicant is 2000 South La Cienega and Hope LLC, with the business premises located at 2000 South La Cienega Boulevard. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated May 10, 2024.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are on to item number 22, DCR Core Record number 310026. This is a request from 316 Florence Holdings LLC to approve an annual license for a 2,475 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 316 West Florence Avenue. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good evening. My name is Marissa Candelaria, and I will present item number 22 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 310026 is associated with 316 Florence Holdings LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of August 10, 2021. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-0000-865-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through August 16, 2024. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 316 West Florence Avenue, Los Angeles, California, 90003, a parcel zoned for community commercial purposes. The business is located in the Southeast Los Angeles Community Plan area within Council District 9. On or about April 19, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on May 9, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. The oral comment provided was in favor of the applicant. The stakeholder highlighted the applicant's community outreach efforts. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 2 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Rocky Wiles, Division Chief of the Compliance and Enforcement Division, is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rocky Wiles with the Compliance and Enforcement Division for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. So for this location, we inspected it in February, at the end of February, and actually this is when we were starting to do our compliance inspection. This was before we even knew that all these cases were going to come to commission. So we were happily going along, just checking a few, locations here and there. And this was one of them. It didn't have complaints. Staff found basically 2 deficiencies. One was they're using a DBA that is not registered with us, so they have to do that in addition to registering, if they haven't already done that, with the county, not the county clerk, it's with the, I'm sorry? Thank you. Yes, with the county recorder's office. And there were some discrepancies with their track and trace system and metric. However, they do have their health department permit and their emblem placards, so they, so that means that they are compliant with the permits and other approvals that are necessary in the city. So that's a good thing. And that is the report. No complaints.
Thank you. Any questions for department staff, commissioners?
And I just want to make one comment. This is my last report, and I've been meaning to just tell you guys, when my staff does these compliance inspections and they meet with the person as they're going through and pointing out any deficiencies, they do tell them, we're going to be here for an hour or 2 hours. If you guys correct us before we leave, we won't even put it on the NTC. Show us the proof now and we can deal with that. In fact, they tell them, we won't get this notice out for another maybe day or two. So if even in that time you send us evidence, we still won't put it on the NTC. We'll keep the evidence and, so we are working with them, at the end of the day, it's better for me if we have less deficiencies, right? So that's what I'm encouraging people to comply even before we issue the NTC.
Thank you. Questions? Okay.
Thank you. That
Thank
is
you.
the last report for the day.
Oh, congratulations. Thank you. Applicant's representative. You are not being skipped this time. Please approach the podium and state your name for the record. You will have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Thank you so much. My name is Millie Marrero. I am the Director of Compliance for 316 Florence Holdings. Is now the best time to discuss the audit findings or?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you so much. So I actually have emails from the DCR where I showed them that our DBA and FBN was uploaded in September of 2021. Also, Michelle, who is on the auditing team, confirmed that violation would be removed. This is communication, I think, from May 2nd. Saying that we have checked our records and the FBN DBA was uploaded. The licensing analyst has updated the record to reflect the DBA. Also, it was reflected in the portal. So I just want to make sure that everyone is aware that the DBA was submitted a long time ago and is valid. And I'm also happy to share the printout of the email as well. And then the discrepancy was a single unit, and that is due to mis-scanning at the time of sale. So basically what had happened was one flavor, or somebody had 2 flavors of beverages. They scanned one flavor twice. So there was a -1 adjustment and +1 adjustment. That adjustment was completed while the auditors were there. So anyways, just wanted to let you know that was all fixed. And yeah, just wanted to clarify that. I have Jolyn here to go through the presentation.
I will have the presentation if we can restart. I am Jolyn Bernal, and I'm a senior compliance manager with 316 Florence Holdings. So I'm going to try not to hold us up too long. So we'll just kind of go through this. We are in a medical adult cannabis dispensary. I have a picture of our beautiful little dispensary in South LA. A little bit about us. We did open August 31st, 2021. We really have emphasized our community impact and engagement. So just a few quick things. We participated in backpack drives. We were part of the Planet Kobe mural cleanup. We partnered several times with Big House LA for a holiday toy drive, as well as a neighborhood cleanup. We've also done an annual school drive in 2023. Going on to our next one. We did again with a Kobe cleanup tour in August of 2023 that was covered by KTLA. We have participated in SB 34 donation days for our medical patients that emphasize veteran care. We've also held live scan services in preparation for record expungement clinics that we hold, and that saw 70+ records assisted. So we were very happy with that. My next slide is going to be about our social equity applicant, wonderful Dominica Soto. So she was one of the first 200 individuals selected in Phase 3 Retail 1 in 2019. She was also highlighted in the DCR November 2023 news bulletin. A little bit about her. She talked about how growing up, when she was younger, we were told cannabis is bad for you, referring to her strict upbringing, but it's all about education. She credits her sister's battle with breast cancer several years ago to broaden her perspective. and Dominica employs 19 people with union jobs, most of whom are local and women. Going on to our hiring, we especially emphasize our local and transitional workers. So Catalyst Florence prioritizes our local hires, seeking to hire employees within 5 miles of our business. And we really do try to emphasize transitional workers, which are going to include single parents, people who were out of the workforce due to illness, people who are low income, people who are seeking full-time instead of part-time, et cetera. Moving on to our security points, we do emphasize making sure that not only do we have a good experience for our customers, but we have a safe experience for our customers and our neighborhood. So our premises are monitored 24/7 by a licensed alarm company. This will include a burglar alarm, panic buttons, talk downs, as well as full premises security surveillance cameras. All of our guards are licensed by Bureau of Security Investigative Services, and they're always monitoring our premises during business hours and then any additional time that employees may be on site. All of our visitors and vendors are signed into our visitor vendor log and always escorted by an employee, and all of our limited access areas at all times are remaining secured, including any cannabis storage. Thank you. We appreciate your time. Let us know if you have any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate a good media day. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant's representatives?
This Commissioner Lim is more of a comment and not a question. I commend you for your community outreach program and the items that you're doing. And I noticed that in the community meeting that was held on May 9, 2024, they commented that they were very happy with your community outreach efforts.
Thank you. Very important to us to give back.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions, commissioners? Okay, do we have a motion? Well, any deliberation?
No, I think they're doing, this Commissioner Melez, I think they're doing things right. So
Right.
I'm more than happy to vote at any time. You guys are ready to vote.
Alrighty then.
It's Vice President Nash regarding item number 22, DCR core record number 310026 for the applicant 316 Florence Holdings LLC at the business premises of 316 West Florence Avenue. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated May 10, 2024.
Thank you. Is there a second?
It's Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item 23. DCR core record number 310213. This is a request from the Green Company Dispensary Incorporated to approve an annual license for a 684 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 1705 South Gaffey Street. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we will hear from staff.
Good evening. My name is Marissa Candelaria, and I will present item number 23 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 310213 is associated with the Green Company Dispensary Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of February 10, 2022. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-0000854-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through August 5th, 2024. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 1705 South Gaffey Street, San Pedro, California, 90731, a parcel zoned for neighborhood commercial purposes. The business is located in the San Pedro Community Plan area within Council District 15. On or about April 19, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on May 9, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. There were no comments neither for nor against this application. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff?
This is Commissioner Lim. I do notice that in this staff report, there's no mention as to whether the applicant gave notice to the city council about the application.
The applicant did provide notice.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
This is President Mason. To that question, I am sensing that at some point we might want to again revisit what notifications in terms of communicating with neighborhood councils, meeting dates, et cetera, are provided to the applicant when they receive a notice of this hearing.
Jason Kleen, Assistant Executive Director. So as one of the applicants spoke to earlier, they had reached out to the neighborhood council. So we have amended our notifications to include the reminder that even if you have met with the neighborhood council previously, you are obligated to reach out. So for the notices that were sent for your June meetings, it does include that reminder that they do have to reach out once they receive that notice of complete application.
Okay.
If there's anything else the commission would like to request the department to do, we're open ears.
I think tonight is like the first night there seems to be some confusion on the applicant's part about their obligation to communicate with the neighborhood council. So it may be in the messaging. I don't know. It may not be in the messaging. I don't know.
As Jason Kleen, Assistant Executive Director, as my team reaches out to find out who the applicant is selecting to be their representative, we will proactively ask them whether or not they've reached out to the neighborhood council, and if they have not submitted evidence of that, to make sure they submit evidence of it so we can, notify the committee that they have met that obligation.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, commissioners, any deliberation on this item? I'm sorry, here I go again. I'm doing it again. This is a test. No, I'm kidding. Applicant's representative, please approach the podium. Thank you for waiting so patiently.
No, it's
today.
okay. I'm not going anywhere. Thank you, guys. My name is Michael Esposito. I'm one of the owners of the Green Co Dispensary. We do business as We Roll Up in the city of San Pedro. First, I'd like to thank
I should say you have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank everyone here for giving us the opportunity to speak in regard to acquiring that annual license. When this process started back in 2019, it was a challenging and stressful road for us. The city of LA embarked on this legal journey along with applicants, and we both had to deal with the bumps that came with it. After 3 years of paperwork, permits, waiting, We finally were able to open up our doors in February of 2022. And thankfully, we were one of the businesses that were able to hang on during that 3-year waiting period. Our mission down there, We Roll Up, was to educate people and be accepted and loved in the community, as there were no legal shops in town before us. So having to explain the taxes to the masses could be challenging when, they're used to not paying for it for so long. I personally think that we've achieved that goal. We've hired all local, so all of our employees are San Pedro locals. We also are pretty big with the Toberman Center. We donate every year for school supplies, Christmas gifts, and toy drives for the children. I'm a member of the Chamber of Commerce there, and we actually received a certificate of recognition from the city of San Pedro for these things with the Toberman Center. Those are things that we're really proud of, because we were worried it's such a small community that we would be accepted. So far, so good. Main goal when we opened was to stay compliant and serve the community's legal cannabis needs. Thus far, I believe we have done that, and we plan on working on ways to improve and get better and make sure that we're staying compliant with all the rules and regulations. Our customers look at us not as just a cannabis shop, but a place they can feel comfortable coming to shop and chat with our friendly staff. We also pride ourselves in educating our customers on the different products, as well as what the benefits are. Every customer is different, and we have such a wide variety of them, ranging from 21 to all the way up to 80. We also recognize that San Pedro is a harbor town. Therefore, we offer a 10% discount to all longshoremen all the time. We also offer permanent discounts to seniors, military, and disabled. This was our mission from day one: be a shop that everyone of all ages can feel comfortable in, have discounted prices that all can afford, and I truly believe that we have achieved that. With your consideration, we think we're great candidates to move forward from temporary license to annual license, and we hope you feel the same way. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
President Mason, I do have a question. You guys offer a lot of discounts. How are you maintaining your profit margin given the taxes you face?
We're managing,
Mhm.
I think it's one of those things where people think you open up a cannabis store and you're all of a sudden swimming in money. We're doing well enough that we can stay open and maintain, and I can pay our employees and things of that nature. The longshoremen, surprisingly enough, we do get a lot of them, but it's not enough that it's affecting things.
Okay.
Also the volume. So we're pretty consistent with our customer base.
So your volume
Kind of makes
is
up
the
for
key.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. Thank you for that.
Mhm.
Commissioners, any questions?
Commissioner Melendez, do you guys offer a veterans discount?
Yes.
Any other questions to my right? No? All right, thank you. Any deliberations on this item?
This is Vice President Nash. I just wanted to note that I read the submission by LAUSD dated May 9, 2024 from Brian Ramos Fernandez. And I read it with interest and took their comments very seriously. However, it has been determined and reconfirmed that the dispensary is not within 700 feet based on how it is legally to be calculated. And I also read the study that they cited in footnote 1 and found it to be lacking of significant data. It has a lot of conclusions, but not a lot of data behind them.
Thank you, Commissioner Nash. Any other comments, deliberations, commissioners? May I please have a motion?
There's Commissioner Lim. In regards to number 23 DCR core record number 310213 for the business located at 1705 South Gaffey Street, I make a motion to adopt the staff report.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Ms. Treviso, please call the roll. Thank you, Commissioners.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you guys very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Item 24, DCR Core Record Number 310231. This is a request from 1500 Vermont Holdings LLC to approve an annual license for a 4,624 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 10020 South Figueroa Street. Mr. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from staff.
Good evening. My name is Marissa Candelaria, and I will present item number 24 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 310231 is associated with 11500 Vermont Holdings LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of June 22nd, 2023. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-0001177-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through August 1st, 2024. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 10020 South Figueroa Street, Los Angeles, California, 90003, a parcel zoned for neighborhood commercial purposes. The business is located in the South Los Angeles Community Plan area within Council District 8. On or about April 19th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the Community Meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on May 9th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. There was one public comment in favor of the applicant. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny the license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Okay, hearing none, we do have 2 representatives here on behalf of this applicant. I was like, I thought the names looked familiar.
Thank you. Okay, again, I am Jolyn Bernal and I am Senior Compliance Manager. I'm here to represent 11500 Vermont Holdings LLC. We're doing business as Catalyst South Figueroa. We are located in South LA and we are a medical adult use cannabis dispensary. A quick photo of our pretty facility for you guys. Moving on to the next. Again, we really highly emphasize our community outreach. So we opened last year, July 7th, 2023. Since then, we've participated in a neighborhood cleanup in the surrounding areas just the first month that we opened. We also participated in that Kobe cleanup tour that was covered by the KTLA Channel 9. The store also participated in the live scan services that was in preparation for the expungement clinic that saw all those records assisted. And then we also held a blood drive with live stream blood bank in November of 2023. Again, all of our stores, we really emphasize hiring local and transitional workers. So making sure that we are prioritizing local hires within a 5-mile radius of our business. And then making sure that those, not only within 5 miles, but that we are prioritizing transitional workers. So those that maybe are unemployed or underemployed, such as single parents, those that are out of the workforce due to an illness or disability, people of low income, or people who are seeking full-time from a part-time employment. Similar points with our security. So we have 24/7 security by a licensed alarm company. We have a burglar alarm, panic buttons, talk downs, as well as full premises security surveillance. We have guards licensed by the Bureau of Security Investigative Services that monitor and patrol the business. And anytime that employees are on the premises, we're always utilizing our visitor and vendor logs and are always escorting our visitors and vendors by employees at all time. And then all of our limited access areas are always secured, including our cannabis. And that's us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let us know if you have any questions.
Well, like she said, any questions? I love the consistency in your company's ethos with respect to community engagement.
Absolutely.
And being a good partner in the community. And I just love that consistency across the board. So thank you for that,
Absolutely.
especially in South Los Angeles.
Of
Thank you.
course, yes.
And this,
Absolutely.
Commissioner Lim, I second that, and I've noticed that the last four has all been social equity, and this is why social equity works, and we should fund social equity to make it work, and you guys are a model of it working.
Thank you. We really appreciate that.
I love that. Great observation. Great. Anything? Okay, thank you, ladies. Any deliberations on this one? Well, actually, I do have questions. Commissioner Lim's comments just triggered me. If you don't mind, can you share with us any of the social equity components that the services that you all have utilized in the suite of services that are offered as far as pro bono, the trainings?
Absolutely. Yeah. I don't know if you want to speak about this. I know that we definitely participated in the grant program, as well as they're very involved in all of our community outreach, and then Millie has more details as far as social equity.
So the grant program, we worked on behalf of the social equity applicants, and we got the full 50 grand for each applicant.
Okay.
So that went towards their rent. We handle everything for them, from licensing to the audits that just came through. We really just make it to where they learn, and that it's like a comfortable partnership, if that makes sense. So that we're not just like, here you go, figure it out. I'm sorry, I'm really nervous.
Don't be.
I'm not a public speaker. Jolyn was doing way better. Let me just have a second. Yeah, so, and then we have quarterly meetings, checking in with them so that we can go over the numbers and stuff like that. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Has your client made any use of the pro bono legal services?
For 11,500 Vermont Holdings, I do not think so. Her husband is an attorney.
Okay.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay. Thank you for indulging me. I was
And-
just curious.
Yeah, and thank you for your patience with me.
No worries.
Thank you.
I've been there, trust me. Commissioners, any deliberations on this one?
Regarding item number 24, DCR core record 310231, applicant 11500 Vermont Holdings LLC with business premises located at 10020 South Figueroa Street. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated May 10, 2024.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 25, DCR Core Record Number 101775. This is a request from Advanced Patients Collective to approve an annual license for a 4,974 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 735 South Broadway Avenue. Josie, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good evening. My name is Marissa Candelaria, and I will present item number 25 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 101775 is associated with Advanced Patients Collective. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. This item was continued from the April 18th CRC meeting. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1st, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license number C10-0000499-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through July 23rd, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 735 Broadway Avenue, Los Angeles, California, 90014, a parcel zoned for commercial purposes. The business is located in the Central City Community Plan area within Council District 14. On or about March 7th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was also provided to the nearest neighborhood council, business improvement district, and council office. The virtual community meeting was held on March 29th, 2024. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral and/or written comments provided by the public in favor of the applicant or against the applicant. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 10404. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any questions for staff? Okay, then we have 2 representatives here. Well, no, a representative. Same name, 2 cards. So you may
President
approach-
Mason, we also have a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay. So if
No.
the person present wants to approach the podium? Oh,
She's saying.
did you all have someone calling in as well?
Not that I'm aware of.
Oh. Maybe they're, can you check with the caller to see which item they're here for, please?
Caller with phone number ending in 7423, please state your name and which item you are speaking on.
Hi, actually, my name is Pamela Thornton. I'm the planning director for Council District 15. I was trying to speak for the item number 23. and my hand was raised, but I guess you didn't see it.
It was after
So
that.
I'm just here monitoring, but I wanted to speak to item 23.
Which neighborhood council are you with again?
She's with city council.
I'm with
Oh,
Council
city.
District 15.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm
We have to go
Council Member McOsker, the Planning Director. It's okay at this point. It's okay. I'm just monitoring it at this point. So the application was approved, so that's fine.
Hi, this is the Emily Wada from the City Attorney's Office.
Wait.
Just to be, I'm sorry, sir.
We're sorry.
Just to be clear, ma'am, if you would like to be heard on this matter or object to the commission's decision, then they would have to make a motion to go back and withdraw their prior decision. But if you are,
Yes,
would you like that?
go ahead.
But if you are,
No.
but if you are okay, if you support the approval of the license application, then I'm sure that the commission is very apologetic for not having solicited your input earlier. But I would then ask if you are still requesting to be heard on the matter, given that
No,
the
at this
outcome is.
point, no. No, at this point, no, because I've been holding for 2 hours, so I don't want to put the commission and staff through all of that. I'm just monitoring at this point, so it's fine. But I thank you for acknowledging me.
Okay, thank you. So as I understand things, you're not contesting the commission's approval or adoption of the recommendation to approve the application and the CEQA recommendation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. So we're sure she's not.
You know, I also just want to state for the record that I've talked to the commission hearing assistant, and she, we would like to note for the record that at the time in which council or neighborhood council office input was solicited, that there was not a hand raised in her Zoom meeting conference room. So that is why she didn't call on anybody. So perhaps there was a technical difficulty in that regard because the hearing assistant didn't see a hand raised. Just want to note that for the record.
So this is Pamela Thornton again, the Planning Director for Council Member Tim McOsker, Council District 15. On my end, I did raise my hand, so I don't know if it's a technical problem or not, but I just wanted to state that for the record, my hand was raised on my end. I did use the numbers that you're supposed to do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, I mean, I'm not comfortable with it, but if she's saying no further objection and she's declining the offer, there's no other choice but to move forward. So you may approach the podium, state your name and your relationship to the applicant, and you will have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the commission. My name is Richard Ormond. I am the court-appointed receiver over the parent company of MedMen. MedMen was put into receivership on April 23rd, 2024. I am a lawyer at a law firm called Buckhalter. I specialize in receivership law, and I have a subspecialty in cannabis law and regulatory issues. I also teach cannabis law and regulation at Loyola Law School. MedMen is facing financial difficulty. Its parent company, which is a Canadian public company, recently filed bankruptcy in Canada. And that had its first meeting of creditors this week, which I attended and spoke to the creditors that appeared at that hearing. The receivership is underway here in the Los Angeles Superior Court under the Honorable J. Ford III, who is seated in the Santa Monica Courthouse. MedMen is in a state of wind down and dissolution. However, there are operating assets that I have taken over, and I'm operating at this time, including this Broadway location that is subject of the commission's hearing today. It is my goal as the receiver to ultimately work with the secured lenders of MedMen and the other creditors to find a way to sell the entity or to assign the entity that controls this license to an operator that will be able to continue under this license if the commission approves such transfer. Obviously, that's a complicated process. I have dealt with it with many municipal bodies before. It requires cooperation, not just from the receivership, the court, but also the commission itself to make sure that the purchaser or the buyer or the assignee is someone that is pre-approved by the city. I do have lawyers engaged to assist me with that process, although I have a lot of experience in that process myself. It is my request to the commission to take the DCR's recommendation and approve the license. And I promise to be a good steward of that license as it moves forward, so that it can have the best economic viability for the benefit of the creditors of the receivership estate that has been established by the court. I'll pause there because that's a lot of information, and I'm sure there are a lot of questions that raises.
This is Commissioner Melendez. Are you currently operating at this location?
Yes.
Is it open?
Yes.
Commissioners, any other questions?
I have a bunch of legal questions, but
Yeah.
it doesn't apply to this one here.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, feel free, but
Because I think the next one, you're also on that.
that is
Yes,
correct.
he is.
That
I
is
think,
correct.
yeah.
There are no questions for me. I understand the plan.
Thank you, Madam
Yeah.
President.
Is there a motion?
On deliberation.
Yeah, this is Vice President Nash. I figure on
Deliberations.
this one, we might want to have a little bit of deliberations, and if it's okay with you, I'll start.
No.
Look, thank you for that presentation and the update on the status. I for one am inclined, is provided it is otherwise appears to be a good operator and a good business, to approve a situation like this, because I know that there is value in the license, and they put a lot of work and effort into it. And so for those reasons, if there's no other reason to deny it, I would be inclined to approve it.
Thank you, Vice President Nash. I am in agreement with that recommendation. It appears that Mr. Orman is conservator, if you will, of a group of MedMen licensees who intend to stay in business in some way, shape, or form, as opposed to some that we've seen where they're not operating and it's very clear they're going to liquidate and not be operational. So I just don't think that we should stand in the way of them staying operational if that's the direction that they're headed in.
Yeah, I was just trying to remember why we continued it. I think it was because MedMen was in the middle of a financial situation.
It was just at the beginning and things weren't really clear.
Yeah.
This location wasn't in receivership yet.
Right, I think last time we talked to him and he was gonna apply for the receivership. And so there was a lot of uncertainty as to what was gonna happen.
Mhm.
So now that, there is a receivership, that's going forward and this retail store is open, I think it was prudent for us to continue it because the uncertainty of the receivership.
Thank you, Commissioner Lim. Any other deliberations on this one? Do we have a motion?
This is Commissioner Lim, in regards to number 25 DCR, core record number 101775 for the business located 735 South Broadway Avenue. I move to adopt the staff's report.
Is there a second?
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Visa, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Item number 26, DCR Core Record Number 101778. This is a request from MME Cyon Retail Incorporated to approve an annual license for a 4,629 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 110 South Robertson Boulevard. Are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, and for the record, there's no raised hands on the virtual call either.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good evening, Commissioners. Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director, here to present item number 26. DCR Core Record Number 101778 is associated with MME Cyon Retail Inc. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. This item was continued from the April 18th CRC meeting. The DCR's recommendation has not changed. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1st, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the municipal code and rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, license number C10000426-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales, which is active through July 15th, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of Municipal Code Section 10420, which is for the social equity program because they're an existing medical marijuana dispensary. The business premises is located at 110 Robertson Boulevard, Los Angeles, California, 90048, a parcel zone for commercial purposes. It's located within the Wilshire Community Plan area in CD5. On or about March 7th, 2024, DCR provided notice as required by the code. A virtual community meeting was held on March 29th, 2024. During the meeting, we accepted online and written correspondence from stakeholders. We received one comment from the public that was against the applicant, blaming the applicant for attracting homelessness to the neighborhood. We did not receive any proof that the business was the cause of homelessness within the area. The staff report does list a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any conditions or circumstances for DCR or the commission to deny the issuance of the annual license. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exemptions applied, is appropriate to determine the project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any questions for staff?
Yes, this is Commissioner Melendez. This is a question for Jason. Do you remember when we met May the 2nd, was this license, was it operational? Were they closed or were they open?
At that time, this
time.
location is closed.
And at this Commissioner Lim, at this time, is it open? Oh, you don't know.
I would refer the question to the applicant.
Okay.
Sorry.
Will do. What does Commissioner Lim again? We received an email from the Robertson Community Association saying that they did not receive notice of the May 16th hearing. What's the procedure that our department has in regards to giving notice of a continued hearing?
So the mail notice that goes out is only sent at the initial community meeting and for public hearing. If the commission continues an item to a date certain, we are not required to redo the mail notice. However, we do go on to our website and update the posted notice there to include the fact that the item is continued. So for this particular item, we did update the website. No additional mailings were done because they're not required by code. No additional emails are done because they're not required by code, but at least the website was updated to reflect the continuation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This is Vice President Nash. Referring to the email from Philip Coleman of the Robertson Community Association regarding notice. Did the department receive that in enough time to reply to it?
The department was not in receipt of this specific email. Legal counsel did receive this, and I believe they responded to it, letting them know that mailed notice and emailed notice was not required by the code. However, we did update the website. So they were made aware that this item was in fact on today's agenda and would be heard by the commission today.
The Robertson Community Association was in fact, although they weren't required to give notice, as a result of them sending the email, they did get a reply and they knew that it was on calendar for today.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Hearing none, we will take the applicant's presentation at this time. Please approach the podium, state your relationship to the applicant, and you will have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Thank you, Madam President. Esteemed members of the commission, my name is Richard Ormond. I am the court-appointed receiver over the parent company of MedMen, appointed by the Los Angeles Superior Court by Judge Honorable J. Ford III, who sits in Santa Monica. I'm not sure if you need me to repeat my my credentials, but I appreciate that, Commissioner Wood. I am wanted to answer Commissioner Lim's question about the store. It is currently closed. Or was that Commissioner Melinda's question? Yeah, the store is currently closed. I am working to reopen the store. It's a temporary closure. I do have operators in line at this time to get the store operating and get the shelves stocked and employees back to work. But it is a challenge. I will admit that there are issues with this store because of delayed rents that have not yet been paid and other financial issues. But that being said, I am still in possession of the store and I still have the inclination to reopen it and have it operate in the hopes that it can rectify itself in the amount of time that I will act as the receiver. There's also value again in this license. The plan is not much different from the last item on the council's agenda, which is to find a viable operator that can take an assignment or purchase of the location, the license, et cetera, so long as it's compliant with this commission's requirements and the requirements of the receivership court.
Thank you. Any questions, commissioners?
This is Commissioner Lim. What's the financial impact that the applicant would have if this license gets denied?
It's a great question, Commissioner. The answer is that, I mean, to kind of give you a bigger picture idea of where MedMen is. At one time, MedMen had a valuation of about $3 billion. It was a public company on the Canadian Stock Exchange. It raised quite a bit of money on that stock exchange as well with what they call OTC stock, the over-the-counter stock sold here in the United States. Today, it owes about $400 million in secured debt. It has about $200 million in unsecured debt, another $50 million in unpaid taxes to states and the federal government. It has then it has about $25 million of unpaid professional fees and services and things like that. So it is in dire straits. My goal is to try to maximize the value of the assets that are left. In my personal estimation, and this is completely back of the napkin, so it's not scientific in any way, shape, or form. Those assets are worth between $65 and $100 million that are left. And there are two competing senior lenders that will probably get the remuneration from the sale of those assets if we are able to monetize them. That being said, I have made extra effort to make sure that all employees have been paid current and past employees. I've made certain carve-outs for other independent contractors that have worked for the company to make sure that they're current and paid. And I have made precondition of my appointment to make sure that there is nobody that is at the retail level or at the employment level that is going to have any unpaid wages or vacation pay or anything like that. Outside of the state, I have many stores that are union stores, so I've been working with those unions to be able to make sure that their employees have all their rights protected and that they have regular employment going through the transition. And I do have sales in those states for those licenses as well, or those locations. It is it's a Gordian knot that I'm dealing with, and I am slowly just picking the pieces one by one to make sure that I am protecting the right folks that need to be protected, and also making sure that I maximize the value of the assets at hand. Quite frankly, the value of this location as a going concern has more value. That's why I want to get the store open. I believe that it could be worth anywhere between $4 to $7 million as a going concern. If it were just a sale of the license itself, right now there is a glut of licenses on the market. I'm sure the DCR is aware of that from different municipalities, different cities, and everything else. Licenses, I've seen them sell for as little as $250,000 to as much as $500,000 or $600,000. And not to get too much into the weeds, no pun intended, but there are issues with transferability of licenses as well, because we know that at the state level, you cannot transfer a license. It is verboten, and you have to apply for a new license if you receive a transferred license. And each municipality is different. In LA, a license can be transferred. It can be transferred between parties. It also can be transferred from locations. However, there is a process that this applicants, the prior applicant that's selling the license and the new applicant has to go through for that transition to happen. And that can be a 6 to 12-month process, depending on the parties involved, the lawyers involved, and everything else. So my expectation is that this will take one of two paths. It will either be a going concern and it will sell for millions of dollars, or it will go with that second path that I mentioned, where there will be a license transfer or a location transfer, and will go for hundreds of thousands of dollars.
And this Commissioner, if we deny the license, that is what's zero.
That is absolutely correct.
This is
Go ahead.
This is Commissioner Melendez. So I see that the provisional license was issued January 1st, 2018. How long have you guys been at the 110 South Robertson Boulevard address?
That's a great question. I have a colleague here that can probably answer that question better. Jessica, do you know that answer? Oh, since 2018. Okay, perfect.
Since 2018.
Yeah.
All right. And since the since the lease started, how long has it been shuttered?
It's been shuttered. I believe I closed it down a month and a half ago or 2 months ago. So it's not been shuttered very long. It was supposed to be a 30-day close, but because of the receivership issues of the application and everything else, it's been a little bit longer than I expected it to be. I'm hoping to have it actually open within the next 15 days if all goes well. If things don't go well, I expect to have it open hopefully within 30 days. If I don't have it open within 30 days, then I probably will change tact and go with that second alternative of just working with the city to get the license transferred or moved or whatever I need to do to preserve it. The rent, as this is off the top of my head, but I believe that the rent delinquencies that we have right now are only through January of this year, but I would have to double check that number. So it's not, I mean, it's not great, but it's not as terrible as some of the other locations out of state where rent has not been paid in 7, 8, 9 months to those landlords.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
What is the relationship between the store and the actual property owner?
There
How would you
is,
describe it?
it's a great question. There was once a business relationship between the two entities. They are no longer. It is a separate legal entity. It's a REIT called Treehouse
Mhm.
that is the landlord. They own 5 locations at which we are tenants. They are all subject to a master lease. At one time, Treehouse purchased the assets from an entity called the MedMen Opportunity Fund, which was a parallel company established parallel to MedMen to buy real estate and then lease it to MedMen. And then ultimately that real estate fund that was created sold the real estate to this REIT.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
This is Commissioner Melendez. Are you familiar with Philip Coleman?
Sounds familiar.
He sent us a memo here, and in it describes a lot of different things that you guys have brought undesirable people to the neighborhood, that a lot of the restaurants and businesses are doing poorly. And with that, I just want to know, have you met with the neighborhood besides this gentleman?
I have not met with this gentleman, nor have I met with anyone in the neighborhood, only because I've been in this position for about a month. If it pleases the commission, though, I have no problem meeting with the neighborhood council or with members of the community. I am in an interesting role. I'm a court-appointed officer that has been brought in to, I hate to put it this way, but to clean up this mess and try to rectify as best I can what's gone on with this company. And I'm very familiar with Robertson Boulevard, and I have seen a deterioration of Robertson Boulevard, not just in the location where this store is, but along the entire avenue or boulevard. 20 years ago, it was the belle of the ball for that location, and had a lot of trendy stores and everything else. And it's going through a transition right now. And I'm not sure that the cannabis store there is to blame for that transition. I just don't know enough of the facts available to make that determination. But I do think that it's just a sign of, economic wins that change over time in different locations. I mean, for example, I went to UCLA in the early 90s, and Westwood was the hottest place in town. And today Westwood is a little bit different.
Once again, Commissioner Melendez. So Madman was the entity. Who was at that prior, who was the licensee? Who actually applied for the provisional license?
So, oh, you mean back in 2018?
Yes.
I'm not sure I know that off the top of my head. I do know that it was a company called MME Cyon Retail. So I imagine that was a subsidiary that was created on behalf of MedMen, because MME stands for MedMen Enterprises. And that subsidiary actually applied for the license.
So was it
Hold on, hang on. We do have an answer to that question.
Oh, we do.
Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director. So this is one of those businesses that had registered with the city back in 2007. So MME's Cyon Retail Inc. is a separate legal entity that is owned under the MedBit ownership. And what DCR generally does is we try to maintain the status quo, which is there's a license issued at this location. There's a pending case working its way through the court system. We anticipate at some point the court will issue an order, and then we'll review the order and do our best to implement it as ordered. The receiver, based on the order we have, would be the authorized agent for this entity as it's going through this transition, and we would work directly with them to implement the intent of the court. So the MME Cyon Retail Inc. is a legal entity on its own. It met the requirements to be considered an existing medical marijuana dispensary. At some point in time, it was purchased from the original owners by the MedBit entity and their different corporate holdings.
Thank you. So yeah, this is Commissioner Melendez. I'm just trying to establish, when I'm looking at this letter from Philip Coleman, I'm just trying to establish if it could have been, and I'm not saying it is, because everybody has their view, where it could have been the operators that were operating it for MedMen at the time. And now we have Richard in front of us, and he's looking to move in a different direction. So I wanted to see what if he was going to bring in new operators that actually they would be more apt to work with the community, and that's just what I'm trying to figure out.
Yep, that would be very much my goal, is to have someone that comes in and steps into this location and actually works well with the community, works well with the neighboring businesses, and has a pride in the location and everything else. Obviously, there's only so much I can do to vet a party, but I would work obviously with the DCR and have them go through their process as well to make sure that whoever does take over this location would have the best intentions to run this location.
All right, thank you.
This Commissioner Lim. The crystal ball, how long do you think the reorganization's process will take versus going through liquidation and potentially an ABC?
So the great question. The
All of our questions are great.
Oh, yeah, that's right. So, I had a professor that once said, when you get a question that you need time to answer, you should always say, great question first, so you have a time to process it.
Process it.
So the answer is, I expect to be in this position for at least a year, if not longer. And the reason is not because of the liquidation aspect of it or the reorganization aspect of it. That probably should take just a few months. I expect that to be completed by the end of the summer. The real challenge and duration of time is when you get to these new assignees that are taking over these assets and working with the DCR and getting those transitions of those licenses in place. In essence, what you have to do, and I apologize if I get into kind of a legal professorial mode, but you have to, in essence, get into a management services agreement where that operator operates under your license and your entity for a short period of time until such time that transition can take place. And then once the city approves that purchaser or that assignee, then they have to apply to the state for a new license. So not only do you have to wait for, yeah, right. Not only do you have to wait for the city to get through its approval process, but then once that is completed, your transition is only 3/4 of the way done, because then you have to apply to the state and have the state issue a new license. And the state no longer is issuing provisional licenses, so you have to go through the full application at this point with the state, which is a longer process. So I say a year conservatively, but I wouldn't be surprised if it pushes 2 years.
Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director. So that's correct. So the way we have the entity substitution process set up is to give the existing licensed entity the ability to continue operate, paying employees and keeping the location open while we consider the application and make sure that the new entity that's applying for the license meets the requirements. And then effectively what would happen is the license issued to MME Cyon Inc. Would be canceled when we're in a position to issue a new license to the new entity. But of course, the department won't know that until we get the order from the court, making a determination of where this asset is going to go. And then, of course, we will work very closely with the receiver to implement the intent of the court.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant?
But only great questions.
This is Commissioner Lim. I think we'll be seeing a lot of you.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think that's the case.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
As far as deliberations, my concerns have been addressed. I needed to know that there was a plan for the license. I just didn't want to award something and have it sit in limbo. And my concerns from April 18th have been thoroughly addressed this evening. Any other comments or deliberations from the commission?
Good.
Okay, well, do we have a motion? Bless you. It's moving around the room.
Regarding item number 26, DCR core record number 101778. The applicant MME Cyon Retail Inc. with the business premises located at 110 South Robertson Boulevard. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated May 10, 2024.
This is Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Mr. Rizzo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 27, DCR core record number 100002. This is a request from Welcome the Healing Touch Incorporated to approve an annual license for a 1,758 square foot retail commercial cannabis facility located at 18013 West Ventura Boulevard. Mr. Rizzo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, and there is no raised hands in the virtual call.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good evening, Commissioners. Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director. The item before you was continued from the May 2nd Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting. At this time, the department would like to amend its recommendation to withdraw it because the applicant is involved in a business dispute, which is the reason why this item was continued. The applicant notified the department that they don't think that this business dispute will be resolved swiftly. They are looking to serve the other party documents, and they're located out of state. Therefore, the applicant has chosen to submit a business premises surrender form until this dispute gets resolved, because that will preserve their ability to refile within the next 3 years while their private business dispute plays out. So at this time, there is no longer an actual active application. Therefore, we are withdrawing our recommendation.
Understood. That means there is no action to be taken by the commission on this item. The time is 8:53. Thank you all for hanging in here for the long haul. This meeting is now adjourned.